This press conference also saying during another press conference, quote, "You cannot be in these affected areas."
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Hopefully we've got a good connection. You guys can see and hear.
To protect the structures.
Let me know if the sound is good.
Because we ordered them to leave. Now, hundreds of law enforcement personnel are patrolling fire areas. Additionally, members of the California National Guard were also deployed to crack down on crimes
Hope you had a safe landing.
Committed in fire zones.
Please hit the like button, guys.
According to the governor's office, the Guard members will be stationed at traffic control points to ensure the safety of the surrounding community. In addition, their support helps build a capacity of local law enforcement to support their respective areas. And that was just a brief article that I read courtesy of Fox 11 in LA as they tried to preview this press conference that we're going to be seeing here. We are seeing here on the screen, hosted and speaking there first should be the newly elected Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman. So the charges that he's going to be announced, just to recap for everybody, is against an alleged arsonist and also looters that have been arrested in the area where these fires first sparked just last week. Tomorrow will make a week exactly since we've
Welcome back in, everybody. Welcome back in. This is your evening, session. So we've got at the LA County DA is expected to speak first. Then we have something from Biden. And then I don't know who else. Other law enforcement officials, I guess. Looks like they're all getting ready. And then we're going to have some community things going on with the mayor and all of the local things. Right now, this is going to be the LA County DA. Then they're expected to roll into Biden. So we'll see how it goes. Just giving you guys a brief update. It should be starting momentarily. Thanks for coming back.
For all of these fire dangers and to be ready to evacuate.
Oh, and hit that like button because tonight the winds are expected to pick up tremendously. We're hoping for the best, but we are going to be here for the worst. So be prepared for tonight because they're going to have some big wind gusts picking up.
Have been destroyed. That includes homes and also vehicles, if I'm not mistaken. And more than 40,000 acres have burned. And at last check, 92,000 people are still under evacuation orders. At the same time, CAL FIRE has been posting to their social media account, to their X account, discussing the critical fire weather alert, saying that Southern California is facing critical fire weather through Wednesday, and much of Southern California from San Luis to San Diego is at significant risk of rapid fire spread due to life-threatening winds and dangerously low humidity. And that was just featured on the last post, again from CAL FIRE. I don't think later on today we're going to be getting an update. Oh, actually we are. So later on at 7:30 p.m. West Coast time, we will have an update on the Palisades fire. But here on your screen, you see Los Angeles County.
Breaking into your regular programming for a special update on our wildfire coverage. I'm Sandra Endo.
And I'm Roxy Carpathian. You're about to hear from LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman as he makes an announcement on the wildfire looting charges along with.
By the way, I heard that it's an illegal immigrant. I heard the arsonist was an illegal immigrant.
Okay, they're getting ready, obviously, set up to go.
He looks like Dagwood. Remember Dagwood from those cartoons? Hi, Paul. Hey, Daniel. Hey, Michelle. Hey, Jay Ballou. Miss Bonnie. Callie Blue. AAA. Girl next door. Mike Jetson. Here we go.
We've said before, with the firefighters literally putting their lives on the line to save people's lives, their homes and their properties and their businesses, with law enforcement working 24 hours to keep us safe and secure during these tragic times, with over 200,000 Angelenos cooperating with evacuation orders, in order to make sure that they get out of harm's way, but allow firefighters and first responders and law enforcement to do their business. There have been certain people that we have given a warning to because we anticipated that this was going to happen, and these are the criminals. These are the people who are seeking to exploit this tragedy for their own benefit. These are people who have engaged in looting, arson. We've also investigated price gouging. We'll be investigating internet scams and the like. Today we're here to announce that the promise that we made when we started this, that these criminals would be arrested, they would be prosecuted, and they will be maximally punished, is a promise we are keeping. As we announced today, the charges being filed on 10 different individuals, 9 of them for looting in both the Palisades and the Eden fires, and 1 for arson. And arson, by the way, not connected with the origination of the major fires, but an arson that occurred in Azusa. These felony charges are the result of a multi-agency collaboration that has been nothing short of incredibly impressive to be able to bring these charges this quickly. This collaboration includes the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles County Fire Arson Unit, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office, and all our related cities that you'll hear about that have done incredible work under enormously stressful times in order to bring these culprits to justice. I'll go through the various charges that have been filed to date. The first set of charges are against 3 individuals, Martrell Peoples, Damari Bell, and Travin Coleman. What 2 of these individuals did is on the night of both January 8th and the early morning hours of January 9th, they went ahead and committed first-degree residential burglary and looting during an emergency and evacuation situation in a house in Mandeville Canyon. They have been charged with first-degree residential burglary. They've been charged with looting. They've been charged with grand theft. They stole over $200,000 as been alleged by the charging documents. And by the way, with respect to the charges I'm going to announce, please know this. The charges themselves are not evidence. Every one that I'm going to describe today is presumed guilty until and unless they are proven their guilt is proven by the government beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sorry? Presumed innocent. Excuse me. Presumed innocent. Thank you for the change. Presumed innocent until and unless their guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So back with Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell. They went ahead and committed these crimes, and when they committed these crimes, as you're going to see on this TV screen right here to my left, it was caught on a Ring camera. If you can play that as we're speaking. And the LAPD, through, again, such impressive investigation, worked with various leads and tracked Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell to an apartment in Koreatown. Surveillance was then conducted. When they attempted to leave, they were then apprehended, and a number of these stolen items from that residence was found with Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell. Mr. Peoples is is committed 2 prior violent or serious felonies. This is his 3rd. As a potential 3-strike person, he is looking at life in prison. And Mr. Bell, as a 2nd strike individual, will be looking at 22 years and 8 months in prison if convicted. Mr. Coleman accompanied Mr. Bell and Mr. Peoples out of that apartment building in Koreatown, went into a 2nd car. And when Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell were stopped, that 2nd car, driven by Mr. Coleman, kept going. It went through a light. It crashed into another vehicle. That innocent person in the other vehicle suffered a concussion. So Mr. Coleman has been charged with 1 count felony hit and run causing great bodily injury. As also a potential third strike case, he is looking at a maximum sentence of life in prison. The second case that we'll talk about involves Rudy Salazar and Lucia Hilrara Perez. They have been charged with 2 counts each of first-degree residential burglary in connection with an Altadena looting incident. On the night of, again, January 8th, they went ahead and entered 2 different houses in the Altadena area, stealing property in each of the houses, and they were apprehended by the police. And they are looking at 6 years maximum on each one of the residential burglary counts. The third set of charges is against Roy Sims, Ryan Sims, Naquan Dewey Reddix, and Pierre O'Bannon. They are each charged with 1 count of first-degree residential burglary in connection with their crimes, where they went into a house in Altadena in the early morning hours and stole a variety of different personal property from the owners of that house. If we can show some of that property and the burglary tools that were seized. No. We do not have that. Among the property that you'll see that was stolen in that particular incident was actually the Emmy Award of the resident who lived there. That was, the police worked incredibly quickly in that situation, stopped these individuals, and were able to apprehend them and recover most of the stolen property. The fourth incident is an arson incident in which Jose Gerardo Escobar has been charged. Do we have that ready? This is an incident that occurred in Azusa, where Mr. Escobar has been charged with 3 different arson charges. He is looking at 9 years in state prison. This is arson that occurred at Pioneer Park in the city of Azusa. It was investigated by the Azusa Police Department, who acted very effectively and very efficiently in apprehending Mr. Escobar. Mr. Escobar, as well, has been not only has been charged, but he is set for arraignment today. So again, with respect to all these charges, as I said before, these charges are not evidence, and they are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But this shows the effectiveness of law enforcement. So when I said, and I have been saying over the past couple days, the question is not if, but when you will be caught if you engage in these crimes. The 10 charges, or 10 different individuals that have been charged today, are evidence of that fact. And the warning shot remains. Do not go ahead and engage in looting, engage in internet scams, engage in price gouging. Do not violate evacuation orders, and do not commit any of these crimes in which people are trying to profit from the tragedy of the people who have suffered from these various fires. What I'd like to now do is introduce both Los Angeles Police Department Assistant Chief Blake Chow and Los Angeles Police Department Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton provide further words.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Blake Chow, it's B-L-A-K-E-C-H-O-W. You know, I just want to say on behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, if you've followed this whole incident, all week we've been standing together as a regional team. The sheriff, district attorney, thank you, Mr. Hochman, city attorney, supervisors, city council members, because the only way we're going to have an impact and keep our community safe is if we stand together and we operate as a team. And I will tell you, in the Palisades area and the fires that we've experienced in Los Angeles, Isn't it bad enough we have 40,000 people potentially that have been evacuated from an area, and then we get a handful of people that want to come up with activity to go victimize them? It's not enough that they have to worry about their properties and rebuilding and things like that, but now they would have to worry about criminals coming up there and taking advantage of them. So I want to really applaud our district attorney. And I also, for the charges that were filed, those are really important to send the message to the people out there that are not only thinking about going up there and victimizing the properties, but the stuff that may come after this in the form of scams. You're not going to get away with it. And this team is not going to let you get away with it. And for the residents of Los Angeles, on behalf of our police chief, I just wanted to tell the residents of Los Angeles, this team has your back. We have patrols up in the hills right now while the evacuation orders are in place to make sure that your properties are safe. And as you can see with the investigation, when we get evidence of a crime, we leave no stone unturned, and we find people, and we will bring them to justice and hand them over to the district attorney. So again, on behalf of the city of Los Angeles, thank you for this team. This is really the one way that we're going to ensure that this region is safe, and the people that live in our region are going to be able to come back to some sort of semblance of their normal lives. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Alan Hamilton, Chief of Detectives, Los Angeles Police Department. I want to first acknowledge the dangerous and difficult work that's been done by our brothers and sisters in the fire service, especially our Los Angeles Fire Department employees, and our Los Angeles Police Department officers and employees, both sworn and civilian, who stood shoulder to shoulder with our firefighters from all over the United States and the world, really, to help fight this fire and bring justice to these individuals who are being victimized again. A couple of things on the investigative side. So for the individuals that were involved in the burglary up in the canyon, our investigation started immediately upon report, and we were quickly developing investigative leads on that case. I want to acknowledge the hard work of our Metropolitan Division Crime Impact Team, who dropped another case that they were working on and immediately went up on this case, utilizing multiple investigative techniques to identify these individuals, surveil them, make sure that a crime had actually occurred, verify that items were taken, and then effectively conducted surveillance and took them into custody in a safe manner and identified them as the individuals that were involved. Moving forward, there will be additional investigative information that will be developed as this case progresses, and we'll be able to release more information to the public. But at this time, we're going to be limited in terms of what we can release. In addition, I think most people are aware there was an incident where various individuals were attempting to identify themselves as firefighters. We continue to make progress on that case, and I anticipate that is going to result in a successful filing as well. We've been able to develop information through our investigation that shows that there were conspiratorial acts that were involved in their activity, and I anticipate in the very near future we'll be filing additional charges against those individuals, as well as the misdemeanor charges of impersonating a public official. So I'm gonna close my remarks with this. We are aware that there are other crimes that have occurred, and my message to the public is this. Number one, we are aware of some of the individuals that are involved. The Los Angeles Police Department is going to continue those investigations and take them wherever they lead to. And I anticipate that we will be announcing additional arrests in the very near future for individuals that have been involved in activity within these closed areas. And there will be more to follow on that. The other thing I want to do is assure the community that at times you will see us out there in uniform and in black and white patrolling the area along with our National Guard partners. There are other times that you will not see us. We will be working undercover. We will be on social media. We will be conducting other investigations to bring every single one of these individuals that are involved in this criminal activity in the city of Los Angeles to justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now introduce Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for coming. What you see up here, and you're hearing pieces of it, is probably somebody who is out here looking to burglarize, loot, or commit other crimes here in the county of Los Angeles or the city of Los Angeles, worst nightmare. And I say that because standing around me, and you'll hear from a lot of people from the get-go, when I was communicating with Chief Jim McDonald, I was getting calls from the district attorney, Nathan Hochman, who says, hey, if there's anybody committing crimes, I want to know. I want the cases as quickly as possible. Getting cases from Martin Estrada, or I'm not getting cases, Martin Estrada saying, hey, give me the cases. Everybody around me is hungry, whether it's the FBI, the ATF, all of our law enforcement partners. And why is that? Because we've seen hour and hour of people in our community suffering, losing their homes, losing their property. And just like everybody else, people are saying, hey, this is the reason I don't want to evacuate. I don't want to be victimized again. This is a strong message from all of us that we are here. And when we catch people, we mean business. We're going to arrest in the field. We're going to investigate. And then we're going to turn it over to our partners. And depending if it's a state case and or a federal case, we got it covered here. So whether we are talking about burglary, looting, we're talking about scams, we're talking about the misuse of drones, whatever it is, we're going to get you. Do not make this worse than it already is. We're in the middle of this. We have a lot of work to do. You've heard me over and over announce arrests that we are making. When we're making arrests, the 34 that I had as of this morning, not all of them are looting and burglary. But please note, and this is a strong message to everybody, because we still have an active curfew that is in effect, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. If you do not have any legitimate business in these areas, stay out, because our deputies are stopping people in a constitutional manner, I may add, and they are asking people questions. On many occasions, we are involved in these conversations. We're coming up with narcotics. We're coming up with individuals who are carrying guns. And guess what? None of them live in this area. So what are they doing there? You got to think, hey, why would I, if I have narcotics and a gun on me, go to an area that has a curfew in it? Well, that's what we're dealing with. We're going to deal with that. We're going to continue to work. And I appreciate the work that all of these folks are doing to make sure that the people in our community do not get re-victimized. Stay out of the curfew area. Do not come here to do anything you shouldn't be doing. You're going to get caught. And as you heard from the DA, and then you'll hear from our federal partners, you're going to get hammered. Thank you. And by the way, on behalf of all of our community and the deputies that I'm talking to who are working their butts off out there away from their family on 12-hour shifts plus, thank you guys for the work that you've done and the work you're going to do, because our police officers and deputies want to know when they stop and arrest somebody that somebody's going to get prosecuted and there's going to be consequences. So thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Azusa Police Department Chief Rocky Wenwick.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd just like to say, on behalf of the city and our department, pass along our prayers and thoughts and condolences to all those who have lost a loved one or lost property. To add to the previous speakers, for us, we're outside that fire zone, immediate fire zone area. What I'd like to commend is our community for paying attention, being observant, and seeing something and saying something. At that time, the park had lost a lot of trees that were down. The city had started its cleanup process, made big piles of lumber and bushes, and they were all piled up, which made something for somebody to come by and say, hey, look at that. It looked like it'd be a great place to light a fire or cause some damage. The park was just 100 yards from the base of the San Gabriel Mountains, so we got lucky that day. And I'd like to thank the community for keeping their eyes out and ask everybody to keep your eyes out. In times of this disaster that's going on, people might not go to those areas because, just like the sheriff said right now, there are curfews, but they also know that law enforcement from all over the county is there to assist those areas, to assist the LAPD, assist the National Guard, to assist the Sheriff's Department and these other smaller cities. So it leaves vulnerabilities elsewhere, or what they perceive as vulnerabilities. But the community, please be vigilant elsewhere, because it just takes another fire someplace else, and we have to split our resources. So please stay vigilant. And again, thank you to everybody from the federal, LAPD, and I'd like to thank the district attorney for his aggressive support of law enforcement and letting people know that there is accountability when you make a decision that is not the right one. Thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Mayor Hochman. I'm going to be short. I want to thank our incredible DA for focusing on an critically important issue. I've met hundreds of residents whose greatest fear, beyond the fact that they've lost their home, is that people are going to go in and steal whatever they have left. And for those that left their home and it's still standing, their greatest fear is they're going to go back and it's going to be looted. The fact that you are prosecuting and recognizing that there are victims beyond what anyone even realizes is refreshing. And I want to thank you, and I want to thank you on behalf of the men and women, Sheriff's Department, but law enforcement as a whole, who are out there each and every day arresting. And when I find out that some of the arrests that were made, there were no charges filed on the exact same thing done, it's time for us to let the public know that accountability is alive and well in Los Angeles County. And as a supervisor whose communities are suffering right now, I want you to know we are going to work hand in hand with the district attorney, with the sheriff's department, with LAPD to make sure that not only is your property protected, but anybody that tries to take advantage of this situation will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So I just really want to thank you, Sheriff Luna, to LAPD, to Chief McDonald, to you, District Attorney Hochman. Thank you for working together to recognize that we have to protect our communities. Thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Supervisor Hilda Solis.
Thank you so much for having me, District Attorney Hochman, and also for inviting all of us here today, and especially want to thank our Azusa PD Chief Rocky Wenrick and his staff, and also all our public safety officers, as well as our elected officials. I'm proud to represent the 1st District, but on this day, it saddens me to hear that we had 2 individuals, one that you just heard about in Azusa, which is in the 1st District, that was caught in conducting an arson. The second was also reported to me from the city of Irwindale. So what I want to say is that we don't have to necessarily be inside the sphere of where the fire is, but there are criminal activities that are going on throughout the county. And we have to be vigilant. And just as our PD chief from Azusa said, if you see something, por favor, say something and let us know what is happening. I want to say that even though there is a dark side to this, we have to say that there are also some good things that are happening. There are people who are being very resilient. Just yesterday, I had the opportunity to visit over in Pasadena and in Altadena in the 5th District, and to go by and to see along Lake Avenue and Los Robles all these organic pop-ups of people wanting to share their love for healing and safety was an outpouring that I've never seen demonstrated in that manner in LA County. And I see it happening repeatedly over and over again. So let's not let these 2, at least incidents that I know of in my district, but the others that are happening, that we have to do something and let people know that this is not what we are about here in Los Angeles and the city of Los Angeles. I also want to thank our sheriffs, but I especially want to thank the National Guard, because I do think that the Biden and Harris administration took note that we need additional boots on the ground. And boots on the ground make a difference. They may not be arresting anyone, but their presence certainly sends a message. And I'm happy that they are now housed over in Azusa, the National Guard Armory, and that we can also utilize their services to assist us and bring calm to the public that right now is so very nervous and also very upset. Brevemente en español, solamente quiero decir que en este reporte hoy día dos cosas que pasaron eran en el distrito número 1, en Irwindale y Azusa. Y gracias a los personas que nos están defendiendo, la policía, los sheriffs, que están haciendo lo más posible para proteger a toda la comunidad.
All right, there you have officials giving a briefing on the charges that have been leveled against 9 looting suspects as well as 1 arson suspect. You heard from the newly elected LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman, and he is once again at the microphone.
Good afternoon. Thank you to District Attorney Hochman, Sheriff Luna, and our law enforcement partners. Many of our communities, neighbors, friends, and loved ones are enduring the most horrific experiences of their lives. Multiple reports of people taking advantage in mandatory evacuation areas. This behavior is unacceptable. In the Palisades, someone allegedly impersonating a firefighter, wearing a fire jacket and a helmet to attempt burglary. This behavior is despicable. We cannot tolerate it. And as we continue to help people heal through this suffering, we cannot allow people to prey on the devastation that has already happened, and we will have plenty of time to work to rebuild. No one should take advantage of residents who have been forced to flee for their safety. Taking advantage of this disaster and the suffering that our fellow Angelenos are feeling will not be tolerated. And I want to be clear, that goes not only for individuals who are preying on these locations, but also for the corporations and the businesses and the price gouging and the ways that they're taking advantage of people in this very difficult moment. And if you see this kind of behavior, you can call 800-593-8222. We want to hold businesses accountable as well. We cannot be taking advantage of people who are suffering in these moments. It is critical that everyone follows mandatory evacuation orders and allows our first responders to do their job. The most up-to-date information can be found at emergency.lacounty.gov, and I appreciate the accountability that is happening while we work to rebuild.
I'd now like to introduce Los Angeles City Attorney Heidi Feldstein-Soto.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I have a dual role in our city. I'm both a civil lawyer for the city, and I am the chief prosecutor for the city of Los Angeles, and I'm here in that capacity. As chief prosecutor, I'm responsible for misdemeanors committed by adults within the city limits. Let me start with everyone who's been affected by the fires that have devastated so many lives. I've spoken to many of you on the phone. I spent a lot of time on the phone with particularly the Pacific Palisades and Mandeville communities. I commit that my office, along with the district attorney, the U.S. attorney, our law enforcement partners, and our county and city elected officials will be here working with you with all of the tools that we have. Today's press conference is about public safety and about the criminal side of what I do. I want to take 1 second to also assure you that we are laser focused in our civil side on legislation, on investigation, on disaster relief, on mortgage tax and insurance expenses, on cutting through red tape and bringing every single legislative, executive, civil, and law enforcement resource we have available to help all of you and all of us get through this disaster, recover, heal, and rebuild. That is what we as Angelenos have done for as long as I've lived in this city. I am really honored to join DA Hochman and this multi-agency coalition to talk about the steps that we are taking collectively at a city level, at a county level, at a state level, and with U.S. Attorney Martina Estrada at a federal level to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our communities in the wake of the fires, and to hold accountable every single solitary criminal who seeks to prey upon people who've lost so much already. Whether it is looting, which usually falls to the district attorney, price gouging, which I think all of us have jurisdiction over, fraud, scam artists, trespass, which usually falls to me, or any other effort to take advantage of those who've been evacuated or otherwise affected by this crisis, let me add my voice to the chorus. My office will lean in to ensure that no individual gets away with illegal or predatory conduct. My office is prepared to hold everyone and anyone who engages in price gouging for housing, for shelter, for essential consumer goods, food, services, veterinary care, health care, accountable. Price gouging laws went into effect. For those of you who doubt it, they went into effect immediately upon the declaration of a state of emergency. No one, and I do mean no one, can increase pricing on any of these items: housing, shelter, food, water, clothing, pet care, health care, any other essential goods or services by more than 10% without violating the law. Violations are both criminal and civil. Violations of the price gouging statute are subject to criminal prosecution with up to 1 year's imprisonment and up to a $10,000 fine. Violations are also subject to civil enforcement, and my office has a public rights branch dedicated to civil enforcement. We have formed a price gouging task force within my public rights branch, and that is punishable by an injunction, by restitution, by up to $2,500 per violation. We are working with the mayor's office and city council on a dedicated intake system to address price gouging complaints in particular, and our lawyers and other legal personnel are already getting back to residents who have reported price gouging. If you are a victim of price gouging or aware that it is happening, if you see it happening because all of a sudden an apartment that was for rent for one amount doubles in price, please email my office to a dedicated email to this that is ATT, which stands for attorney, price gouging task force at lacity.org. ATT.price gouging task force at lacity.org, or call us at our dedicated price gouging line, 213-679-5035. As a result of this unprecedented emergency, so many of us face uncertainty about our futures, and it is the responsibility of everybody up here to ensure that those futures are bright, or as bright as they can be under the circumstances. I'm really deeply grateful to and humbled by the actions and the bravery of our city, our county, and our neighbors. To our firefighters, to our law enforcement, to our first responders and volunteers, my deepest gratitude for your heroism, strength, and unceasing commitment to saving lives and property across a vast area of our city and our county, an area much bigger than any of us thought possible. I thank our neighbors in California, in other states, and from across our northern and southern borders. I thank our federal government and our state for providing the National Guard and providing the resources, expertise, personnel, and equipment that they have. And I thank each of you, the press and the public, for helping us get out the message, for staying vigilant, for notifying us when something goes awry, for letting us know when you suspect arson, and for your resilience and commitment to our city, and your many, many acts of kindness and compassion in helping all of the families, friends, and neighbors in need. I am so proud to stand with our district attorney and our law enforcement partners. Thank you.
I'd now like to introduce United States Attorney Martina Estrada.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Martina Estrada. I'm the United States Attorney. This past week has been devastating for our community. Our family, our friends, our colleagues have suffered immeasurable losses. Our hearts go out to all the victims of the terrible fires that have occurred in our area. But I will say, one thing I've seen time and time again is the resilience of this community. When the times get tough, we come together. That is no different with regard to law enforcement. The level of cooperation and collaboration with our law enforcement partners, federal, state, and local in this area in Southern California is top in the country. We come together, whether it be violent crime, human trafficking, you name it, we come together. This time will be no different. We will collaborate and work together and bring the same approach to holding accountable all those who engage in crimes related to this disaster. Now, the first priority is stopping these fires, stopping the destruction. My deepest gratitude to the first responders, the ones who are out there on the lines fighting for us. God bless them, they deserve our prayers. But another priority is ensuring that there aren't people out there who victimize others, criminal opportunists who take advantage of this situation. This sort of behavior is completely unacceptable, and because of that, it is critical that we all work together to hold such individuals accountable. Let me talk about what we're doing as federal authorities. The U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, and the ATF is fully engaged in this crisis. We are addressing three main areas of criminality. First, arson. This investigation is at its early stages, but I will tell you the ATF National Response Team hit the ground this morning investigating to determine the origin cause of the fire. Now, this group is highly experienced, includes investigators from throughout the country. This is the same group that was responsible for investigating the Aliso Viejo bombing, the same group responsible for investigating the fire on the Conception boat that resulted in the death of 34 people. They get the job done, and I'm confident their investigation will bear fruit. We are going to fully investigate the origins of these fires. We have powerful federal arson statutes to hold accountable with mandatory minimum sentences anyone who is found to have recklessly or intentionally caused these fires. Second, illegal drone activity. We have seen people flying drones over restricted areas. We need to ensure that our first responder personnel are able to do their jobs. We've already heard about drones flying over fires, hitting fire planes, disrupting them, taking them out of commission. That is unacceptable. It is illegal to fly drones over restricted areas. This basically means not flying over the areas where the fires are taking place. If you do so, you'll be arrested and you'll be prosecuted. And be warned, you may not be arrested right away, but our investigators will continue their work. We brought these illegal drone cases time and time again, including a case a few weeks ago involving Vandenberg Air Force Base. As we speak, we have investigators issuing legal process, investigating social media posts of drone footage in the fire areas, looking through that footage to determine the perpetrators in order to hold those people accountable. If you're thinking of flying a drone over an impacted area, over a fire, the message is simple: don't do it. Third, fraud. We are not going to allow victims to be re-victimized. Certainly, as the district attorney talked about, looters will be held accountable by his office. But we will take on some of those more sophisticated fraudsters who are out there using other means to steal. This is one of the largest disasters we've ever faced. We will see huge amounts of relief money coming into this area, including federal funds. If history is any guide, including through the pandemic that we all went through, the COVID-19 pandemic, there are people who will attempt to steal that money. Let's talk about two areas of fraud we are vigilantly monitoring. First is federal recovery funds. The Small Business Administration, FEMA, and other federal agencies are beginning their efforts to support homeowners, renters, business owners with relief funds. During the COVID-19 disaster, we saw people committing identity theft to steal that money. My office can use mandatory minimum sentences against anyone committing such conduct to hold them accountable. Second is charity fraud. People around the world are looking for ways to support the victims. This is a good thing. People are generous in times of need. But it also creates an opportunity for fraud. Charity fraud is a donation scam where people are tricked into donating money to a group or a fake group that essentially provides no services for the victims. We will investigate any group that illegally diverts funds from the victims. And let me say, as I mentioned, generosity is a good thing. The fraudsters will target victims and generous individuals who want to help. They'll do so through many means, including social media posts, including calls, including texts. Keep this in mind. True charities will not pressure you into giving funds. If you come across deceptive individuals who try to push you to donate money, that raises suspicions, and do not donate. Make sure your money goes to trusted organizations, and beware of websites that may try to mimic real organizations. There's a lot of fraud out there and people trying to perpetrate it. In conclusion, regardless of the type of crime we are talking about, we will hold people accountable. There is zero tolerance for any criminal activity arising from these fires. Together, we will recover from these fires. But the ongoing work, the recovery work, including protecting the victims and protecting those people who would like to help the victims and protecting relief funds, will be ongoing. We will be vigilant. Now, before I conclude, I want to give out a number from the ATF. If there is anyone out there who has any tips on the origins of the fires, any of the fires, please text 63975 with your tip. That is, again, the number 63975. That will go to the ATF National Response Team. Thank you very much. I will now introduce to the podium Special Agent in charge of the FBI, Akil Davis.
Good afternoon. My name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. I want to state my condolences for those who have lost loved ones, property, and are currently suffering. We at the FBI also have employees that have lost everything that they own. It's a traumatic event for all of us, all Los Angelinos everywhere. I'd like to highlight just 2 lines of effort that your local FBI office is involved in. U.S. Attorney Estrada highlighted our drone efforts. FBI Los Angeles has created the nation's first counter-UAS task force. This task force has been deployed to the Rose Bowl, it's deployed to the Golden Globes, and it is deployed to all of these fires. We're out there every single day looking for drone pilots, looking for operators that are disrupting our most critical effort to contain these fires, and that is the airdrops. I'd like to foot stomp what our brothers and sisters at CAL FIRE said. If you fly, we can't. Meaning if you fly these drones, we're not able to use our most sophisticated technique to contain these fires and save lives. The second line of effort for the FBI, as U.S. Attorney Estrada stated, is significant fraud. As we have seen from COVID fraud, Hurricane Katrina fraud, we've seen earthquake fraud, all those monies that are pouring into our communities, fraudsters are sitting right now trying to figure out ways to steal that money. You heard Sheriff Luna reference the term being hungry. Our investigators, our task force officers, our deputies, our police officers, our investigators, we're hungry too. We're hungry to try to find the fraudsters that are stealing this money and preventing it from getting in the hands of the people that need it most. There are 2 ways you can reach the FBI. Please call 1-800-CALL-FBI if you have any tips or you've been the victim of any of these frauds, or tips.fbi.gov. Thank you for your time today. I'll turn it over to DA Hochman.
So I'd also like to thank Jose Medina, Acting Special Agent in charge of the ATF's LA Field Division, Jessica Post, Battalion Chief in charge of the LA County Fire Department Arson Unit, LAPD Detective Wilson, LAPD Detective Carrillo, for their tremendous efforts, and all the officers and investigators and detectives that worked to make this day possible to announce these charges so swiftly. Over 30 years ago, Los Angeles endured the fires, the floods, the earthquake, and the riots, all in sequential order. And LA showed back then its grit, its resilience, to not only come back, but to build better. We're going to see that occur again. When we get these fires stabilized, we're going to show Los Angeles to the world that we have the grit and resilience to again build ourselves better than we were. And to the extent that these criminals want to get in our way, please let today be one example of the united front that they are going to face. Between the District Attorney's Office, the City Attorney's Office, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, we have well over 1,000 prosecutors ready to do justice on behalf of the residents of Los Angeles County. And working with us, we literally have thousands of officers, detectives, and investigators that will bring these criminals to justice. So thank you all very much for being here. We'll take questions now.
Jay Hockman.
Yes, in the back.
For NPR, Martin Costi, do you have a number of reports of burglaries in these zones, the evacuation zones? I mean, not ones where you charge people, but actually, what's CompStat saying?
These are ongoing investigations. Everyone that has not been charged is an ongoing investigation. So it's too preliminary to comment about those investigations today.
Do we have a total number, though, of arrests for looting?
Actually, Sheriff Luna would like to add.
Yeah, very good question. And
Luna needs a nap.
Before even coming here, I'm trying to inquire about how many burglaries there are, at least in LA County Sheriff's territory. It has been extremely difficult to do that. Let me try and paint a quick picture for you. We have many areas where residents have not been allowed to go back in since they left in a really quick hurry to save their lives. As we start repopulating some of these areas, we are going to get reports. I hope it's not too many, but I think we are going to get reports of burglaries and other crimes. So just a quick second to tell our community, as you do repopulate, and if you believe you were the victim of a burglary or any other crime, immediately report that to your local police station, sheriff station, whatever that may be, because unfortunately, I think we're going to get those. But that's why we don't have all that information now. You talk about CompStat, it'll all start coming in as soon as we start going back in there.
So, Scott Snowden, Santa Monica Daily Press. We've talked about some people who were impersonating firemen, and it's been confirmed that they were in fact wearing the uniform and helmet. How did they get those? Were those stolen?
I can address that. So that's part of the investigation that feeds into some of the information. So we're not going to disclose those parts of the investigation at this time. As the prosecution moves forward, at whatever level it moves forward to, we will be releasing additional information, especially after we confirm which charges are going to be filed. At this time, we can't really discuss it.
Chief Hamilton, quick follow on that was the people impersonating. That was at the Palisades fire scene?
That's correct.
Were they found, do you believe they had also been involved in looting or burglary, or were they found stolen property?
We believe that they were conspiring to conduct illegal activity, including looting and residential burglary in the area.
Just let me follow that up, because I just want to tag on to something that Sheriff Luna said, that, this has been a very, very chaotic scene for everybody right now, and we have a lot of areas right now residents have not been able to go back. I know that LAPD has reported 14 arrests for fire-related things, many of which you have seen here, but I think, for example, what the individuals that are arrested with the fire uniforms, we're pleading with the public, if they have any information that they may have seen these individuals in other parts of the Palisades, we need that information, because as the Chief Hamilton had said, this investigation is not closed, it's still going, and as residents begin to repopulate and we get more information, ring videos and things like that, those are the things that we're going to need to really get a picture as to how many crimes may have occurred in that area.
Chief Chow?
Yes, sir, right here.
Natasha Chen with CNN. I know that the investigations into the origins of the fires
This
for
is the DA
Palisades
that
and
doesn't
Eaton
want to
are
let
still
Menendez's
ongoing.
out.
As far as that task force activity is concerned, though, is there any indication that there's investigation into possible human involvement in the Palisades fire, whether that be accidental or intentional, and for the Eaton fire, a potential electrical transmission tower?
So we're not going to address at this point that part of the investigation. That'll be conducted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. More information will be forthcoming from that investigation in the future.
Will ATF have a news conference? Anyone?
So we are speaking on behalf of ATF. We are coordinating with ATF on the investigation and any potential prosecution. We are at the initial stages at this time, so we ask for patience as we go through this investigation. Everything is on the table in terms of the investigation and potential statutes that are in play. I gave you the number. I'll repeat it. If anyone has any tips, I encourage them to text the following number, 63975. But given that the investigation is at its early stages, we cannot provide further information.
How many of the cases qualify for federal charges, and what will be the maximum sentence if somebody is accused of arson?
Anyone who intentionally or recklessly causes a fire can be prosecuted federally for arson, carries a 5-year mandatory minimum sentence, and from there, depending on the facts, the sentence can be much longer, including decades in prison.
Mr. Estrada, can you just clarify, is this arson investigation just normal matter of course given the devastation, or are you acting off information that there may have been an intentional fire set, Palisades, Eaton, otherwise?
I can't get into details of the investigation. I will say this is by no means the normal course. We're dealing with the largest disasters in our area ever. It's for that reason we asked the ATF National Response Team to get involved. Highly experienced group has done this throughout the country, including in our area before, with success. Thank you.
How many cases are on your hands?
The investigation is at early stages.
Don't you have any number of investigations?
We are investigating all the fires for potential arson. We are looking at all the fires. We're focused on the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire this time.
Sheriff Luna, given the level of frustration and misery for so many people who are out of their homes, there's been some reports of vigilantism. Are you concerned about this, and how do you mitigate it if indeed it is happening?
Concerned, yes. I think we're always concerned. As the days wear on, people, our community, our residents who live there, they're getting angry and they're getting frustrated. We're going to try and do everything we can to enhance our communication. That's why every time we get up here, we talk about the reasons why we are not repopulating as quickly as we would like. There's still a lot of hazards out there, for example. As we're speaking now, I still have search and rescue teams that are out there trying to recover remains of individuals, correlating missing persons to addresses that used to be there. There's a lot of work there. So again, I plead with our communities, be as patient as possible. There is no conversation that we're having as a county family with our city partners that doesn't include evacuation orders and warnings without, okay, when are we going to repopulate? Because we're hearing our community loud and clear. All of us, I know our supervisors are going out personally and listening to our community and their frustrations. We know it. We're staying on top of it. None of us have been off one day. All of us are working 16, 18-hour days, and we're doing this because we want to get back to normal as quickly as possible. But I do remind everybody, I mean, I just read the weather report before coming in here. We're gonna experience some significant winds. I'm very concerned about the dangers that we still face, concerns that our community still faces. So we're still in the middle of this. But please communicate with us, and we'll continue to work on putting out as much public information as we possibly can. We don't want our community to go that direction. Now, if the vigilantes you're talking about are people who live somewhere else and are going to come and cause problems, this team I have around me, we're ready to deal with that.
I see the show of support here today, and it's massive and impressive. But to someone who feels desperate, how can you reassure them?
Somebody who lost their home, we will do everything we can to make sure that you are aware that we're here, we care, we're going to respond, we're going to investigate, and the reason we're here today united is because we are communicating. We have been communicating from the beginning. We're going to be something that the rest of this country looks at and says, how did you guys do this? That's where we're at. That's the assurance I want to give our entire community. We are here. We are here for you.
All right, we have time for one more question.
A question for the FBI.
Right here.
You have pieces of that drone that hit the Super Scooper. Have you made any progress in that investigation? Do you have any persons of interest that you're looking at or speaking with?
So that investigation is ongoing, and yes, you're right. We have collected pieces of that, and we're putting that together as we would through a normal course of investigation. There's lots of avenues to investigate regarding that. So that's all I'm going to say is as far as that goes.
And have you had any more incidents with drones and firefighting equipment?
So we are coming across probably 20 incursions a day. Now, our numbers vary a little different than what the fire department puts out, and that's just because of the focus on the area that the FBI is looking at. Our focus is a little bit more narrow than what the fire department's looking at. So, you know, the numbers we're putting out are probably between 20 and 30, and the fire department's is about double that. But the fire department is correct. There are that many drones in the air at any given time. And that's why we continue to stress to the public, stop flying your drones over these fires. Let us do our job. Let us save lives. Let the firefighters do what they do best, and that's put these fires out.
But no, can you confirm that 2 arrests
Not at this point.
have been made regarding the drone incident?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you say that again?
Can you confirm that 2 arrests have been made regarding the drone incident?
I'm going to leave that up to my state and local counterparts behind me. Thank you very much.
I can tell you from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, we've arrested 3 individuals for 2 drone usages.
All right, thank you all for coming today. If you want one-on-one interviews, you can do that at this point. I very much appreciate it, and stay safe out there.
All right, so you've been listening in there. The District Attorney, Nathan Hochman, holding a press conference.
Stay safe out there. Let me mute her. She's going to throw me off. I thought we were supposed to hear from Biden. But they didn't say much more about who they arrested. Like, oh, you know, the drones, the FBI's getting those people. And we've arrested them, but no names, no mugshot, no charges to be read. I mean, what the heck? If I don't know, but if that was my house and I had to, I couldn't get to it and I had to deal with this, I would be so severely frustrated. Oh, wait. Are they live? No. They're live, but it hasn't started yet. So what happened to the president? Where's the governor? Here's some live footage right now. So the next thing on the docket, if Biden doesn't step up to the podium, is the Palisades Fire press conference put on by all the agencies. You know, the pit crew? The pit crew is up next. Whenever they open this up. Look at this devastation. And they're talking about they have to go through all of this in a grid search. How long is that going to take, guys? Oh, he rambled earlier. Did I miss it, Ion? Teardrop Pondu. Only thing I found reassuring was about the gouging of prices. Yeah, well, they have to follow up on that. They can say whatever they want. Royal, people are flying drones to get real live aerial footage because they seem to be hiding shit. Right. And Royal, I mean, like if that was my house, you bet your ass if I had a drone, I'd want to check on it. Because your house could be like the one that's standing when all the other ones are down. You know, you just never know. They are, Evelyn. They really are repeating themselves. It sounds like 13% of you, though, find this reassuring. It's kind of surprising. You guys heard of this Marshall Plan the governor mentioned? I didn't hear him say anything about that. I haven't heard the governor say much, to be honest. Melissa Hart, they have the highest taxes in the country. They should have the best of everything. But all they have is rich leaders. Yep.
It's leveled. It's
Listening
beyond
on
words,
this.
really. I'm seeing a lot of neighborhoods where, I would love to come down here and walk my dog. With this neighborhood right here, just north of Pacific Coast Highway off of Entrada, you look at every single one of these homes, in the $5-6 million range. It's just a staggering thing to see. So just getting like I said, my bearings over this, and it really is beyond words. But the drone activity, if yes, please stop flying your drones. And now of course we've got more wind in the forecast. I mean, I'm happy to see that the fire activity is very minimal right now, but we are all just so worried about what could still be in store with more winds in the forecast. So we were seeing it last night with fire crews all over, and they had helicopters that looked like they were looking for heat signatures to get out any possible hotspot, anything that could possibly flare back up later this week. We certainly hope that the worst is over, but obviously time will tell, and we are just holding our breath at what remains, and hopefully we can, from this point forward, focus on the recovery effort and not have to deal with any more death and destruction. Just an unbelievable calamity for Los Angeles and Los Angeles County. Jasmine, send it back to you now.
Absolutely, Des. And as for the Palisades fire, we have over 23,000 acres burned. It's at 14% containment. Again, that is just talking about the line that they are cutting around the perimeter of this fire. You see there are no major active flames, but they are monitoring some of those hot spots and any flare-ups with the winds today, as this still is a very active fire. But speaking of the Palisades, and going back to the news conference that we just had wrap up with all of our law enforcement leaders and the LA County DA, Nathan Hochman, they also talked about not only with those charges against people for looting and burglarizing, against 10 people actually, but he talked about, and I think it was Lindsay Horvath, who the supervisor, and talked about someone impersonating a fireman with a helmet, with a uniform. PD deputy chief says that they are.
Okay, so what concerns me about the impersonation is that someone asked, damn it, I'm sorry. Someone asked if those uniforms were stolen, and they wouldn't say. They wouldn't say. You want to see the cameras? We've got a minute. We're just waiting for this press conference to start. They look fine, actually. In my opinion, they almost look normal. I'm sorry, that was super loud, guys. She just barks out of the clear blue. I mean, look how clear the air even looks compared to yesterday. And the winds are going to pick up tonight. Yep. Ion, I've always found their uniforms. Oh, we are live. Hold on. Gentlemen, start your engines.
My name is Thomas Schutz, public information for the Palisades fire.
want to give some quick facts on this incident. We're at 23,713
Speak up, boy.
acres. This fire is 14% contained. And as of today, we have over 5,000 personnel out here, 5,123 personnel working this incident. We're going to kick it off with an operational update.
Hello, I'm Battalion Chief Christian Litz with LA County Fire, partnered up with CAL FIRE Team 2 with the operations section. We're going to start over here on the top left part of the map where you see Montecito there. This is more of the brush side on the top half of the map. So we have resources in there still isolating and securing the edges, looking for the heat sources deeper inside as far as we can to limit any probability of escape. And we're doing that to protect the town of Montecito, coming around the top to Piuma Canyon, over to Saddle Peak Ridge, and coming around to Tuna Canyon into the Topanga area and around the neighborhood of Fernwood, doing the same thing along that whole top edge of the fire. We have resources still scouring the fire's edge, mopping up. That means getting rid of any kind of isolated heat sources that they're finding inside, and as deep as we can to isolate that problem and make sure that we don't have any issues as far as a probability of escape. We're limiting it as much as we can. Around where we have structures in Fernwood, we do have resources in there, getting behind those structures, again, mopping up any heat that they find, make sure that we don't have any adverse fire effects to those buildings right there to keep them safe. As we come up to Topanga Canyon along the fires again, we're securing that edge, putting in that hand line and getting deeper in the mop up. Everything's looking a lot less heat in this area as far as everywhere else as well. Topanga, we're looking at Topanga Oaks, Sylvia Park's up there, so we're going around the edge. We still got a lot of work to do in this area right here as far as constructing direct control line. Going direct means we're going right along that fire's edge, securing the edge, mopping it up, getting deeper as we go along that to secure it. Coming up the side, we had a little bit of activity here a couple days ago, what we are calling Division Zulu. As we come back up to Dirt Mulholland, it is good. We got retardant painted thick along that edge, nice big line constructed with the hand crews that did a lot of work. So they're just finding, those isolated heat sources to make sure we have very low probability of any escape of this fire. Coming around the top, the Dirt Mulholland, coming around to the corner and coming back down into Mandeville Canyon, same story. Resources are still scouring that edge that's to secure it and getting behind those structures in Mandeville Canyon, make sure there's nothing that can roll out or do any damage that we don't want done to any structures. And they're working really hard to get as depth as they can in there. Overall, that's the more brush area of the fire, is the top half of the fire. Find very little activity in there. We do still have helicopters up there dropping on those heat sources to help the ground crews out. Now coming down into the Riviera area, Westridge, Riviera, bordering Santa Monica and the Pacific Palisades, all along the bottom half of the fire that we see here, going into Topanga Canyon, Temescal Canyon, Las Flores area, and also coming back over to Malibu, same story. Resources are lined up and going all along the PCH, interior to all the structures, up the different roads, all around those structures. They're really concentrating on the structures that are still standing, getting ready any heat sources around it, anything that can cause any damage or get inside those structures and have any unwanted damage that we're thinking about. And then coming around, finishing up back to where you see the black line, that's where the fire butted up against the Franklin fire here on the far left of the map. And it's looking really good. We still have eyes on it. We still have resources in the area. We also have resources in the structure groups, which means they're around the structures, building plans. We always plan to keep the fire as small as possible, but we always prepare for something different, especially with the winds coming on. We could have change of the environment for us, so we're preparing to respond to anything new. We have resources identified that could respond quickly and keep new starts small.
Next up, our incident meteorologist.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Rich Thompson, incident meteorologist with the National Weather Service, assigned to the Palisades incident. Last week when this fire ignited, the area was experiencing one of the strongest Santa Ana wind events we've had in recent memory. And those historic Santa Ana winds brought extremely critical fire weather conditions to this area, allowing the fire those first couple of days to grow rapidly and explosively. Since those first couple of days, the fire has still been under the influence of Santa Ana winds, and that influence is going to continue for the next couple of days. In fact, from today through Wednesday, we're expecting moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds across the fire. And with that, it's going to bring continued critical fire weather conditions to the area. Along with the critically dry brush, because we haven't had any rain here since last April, it's going to bring those critical fire weather conditions to the area, and therefore we have red flag warning that's in effect. That red flag warning is still in effect until 6 p.m. Wednesday evening. So we have expectations of those moderate to strong Santa Ana winds, critical fire weather conditions. That red flag warning is in effect until 6 p.m. Wednesday. Fortunately, by Thursday and continuing into the weekend, things are going to moderate quite dramatically, and we get back to actually kind of nice oceanic sea breezes, cooler temperatures, higher humidities. Hopefully, we'll get at least a couple of days of respite from these Santa Ana winds. But again, the big thing is red flag warning is still in effect for this area until 6 p.m. Wednesday.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite all of our speakers and guests up to the stage, please.
Hit the like button. It's a good time right now.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Everett. I'm the Assistant Chief for Operations West Bureau from the Los Angeles City Fire Department, covering the area of the impacted zone. It troubles me to see these things happen to my neighbors. This is an area that I live, work, and play. All that being said, I have to put my emotions behind me because it's time for me to roll up my sleeves along with this incredible team I have behind me to really help with those business continuity and resiliency plans and try to get this place back up on their feet at the best of our abilities. I proudly stand with a number of partners in the area, but primarily my fire partners, Los Angeles County, who we share the border with, of course myself, Los Angeles City, and then we have our force multiplier, CAL FIRE incident management team to help us, along with a number of law enforcement partners. We have a good team to help you the best of our abilities. Within the city of Los Angeles, we're still actively working in there. We do have some active structure fires left over from the original impact, and we're also bracing for some severe weather that you just heard from our weather specialist. So I just want to tell the city Angelinos that we are not out of this yet. We have a significant storm coming tonight, so listen to all the warnings that you've heard, and please, believe me when I tell you that we're in this together. But I really want you to be safe until we get out of this next storm, and then we can take the next step.
CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 Incident Commander.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Hudson with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 and Unified Incident Commander for the Palisades incident. Over the last 36 hours, we have seen very little fire growth on this incident, which is a positive. However, it's important to remember, as was just stated, we are still under a red flag event, and we will continue to surge resources to the priorities around this fire. The priorities right now are extinguishing any flare-ups around structures, responding to any hotspots on the interior around structures, and primarily building line for community protection. Those have been our priorities the last throughout this incident, but we've been able to achieve those priorities. We have a large number of resources. We're over 5,000 people at this incident right now, spread across the entirety of this incident and the fire line as well as interior. We are also continuing to build contingency line. I mentioned yesterday that some of the flare-ups that we saw over the last 48 to 72 hours, they did remain within the contingency line. We're actively building contingency line to the north, south, east, and west around this fire. We're focusing around communities like Fernwood, and with the westerly flow that we're starting to, or the offshore flow we're starting to see, we're prepared for that. I know we've had a lot of questions about containment. Not a lot of smoke in the air today. Part of the reason that the winds are keeping the smoke down. And but also with the containment, when we call something contained or identify it as such, we want to have complete confidence that the fire will not cross that line. So we anticipate through Wednesday night, this fire is going to be heavily wind tested. We do anticipate an increase in containment, and we'll report that as such as the time allows or the situation dictates. So thank you.
LA Fire Department Chief.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
I'd like to start with just giving you a quick brief. This morning, Mayor Bass and I conducted an aerial survey of this specific fire at Palisades. While we witnessed significant loss, we also saw many, many successes in the efforts to save lives and protect property. Containing the fires absolutely remains the top priority. When the time comes for recovery, we are committed to a unified effort across the agencies to support the affected communities. The Palisades fire is still active, as we can see, and our mission continues. As I said this morning, I've staffed all available LAFD resources ahead of this wind event, and it's already underway. There are pre-positioned engines, strike teams, task forces across the city to make sure that we have the ability to rapidly respond. In addition, I've directed the Fire Prevention Bureau within the city to augment as fire patrols in the very high fire hazard severity zone. I tell you, as I take a step back, I'm so very grateful as I look around and I see all of our firefighters and first responders from all over California and our neighboring states. You think about that from the western region to Canada to even Mexico. We know absolutely we cannot fight this alone, and we're so very appreciative of our partners. Just a brief on the Palisades fire. You've heard a couple of the numbers, but the LAFD remains committed to this fire, and we have a significant number of engines that are assigned. The fire is 23,713 acres with 14% containment, 5,123 personnel that are assigned. As you can see, the firefighters are up and down. They are completely and diligently working through the night to increase the containment and prevent further spread. As this wind event that we just heard about continues, we urge the public to stay diligent, to stay ready, as the danger has absolutely not passed. Please adhere to any evacuation warning and orders immediately, and prioritize your safety. Thank you, everyone.
LA County Sheriff Commander.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Commander Christine Coles. I'm with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I'm serving as the Unified Incident Commander from the Sheriff's Department Incident Management Team for the Palisades Fire Response. I'd like to provide you just a few updates on the status of our operation. We currently have over 100 Sheriff Department personnel assisting with our operations, along with National Guard personnel. Currently, no new evacuations are being performed. We've made 5 arrests related to the Palisades fire, involving charges such as unauthorized entry into an emergency area and additional charges for weapons and narcotics possession. A curfew has been established for all mandatory evacuation zones affected by the Palisades fire and will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and until further notice. This curfew is strictly enforced to enhance public safety, protect property, and deter looting. We urge all individuals to comply with the curfew and avoid the affected areas unless you are authorized personnel. We regret to confirm that 5 deaths as of this afternoon have occurred within the LASD jurisdiction due to the Palisades fire. In collaboration with the Los Angeles County Fire Urban Search and Rescue Team and multiple other agencies, search and rescue operations began this morning in designated areas which were affected by the fire. These searches are part of a phased approach and will occur during daylight hours. The goal of the searches is to ensure that areas are made safe prior to entry and to ensure every resident is accounted for. I can't begin to comprehend the anguish that some in the community are feeling, and I'm so sorry for all the losses that you have suffered. However, we ask that you understand that thorough searching must be conducted in these areas to render them safe and to provide conclusion for those that have been reported missing. We appreciate all the cooperation that you give us during this tragedy. Thank you.
LA County Fire Department Chief Harris.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Robert Harris, and I'm with Los Angeles County Fire Department. I'm one of the Unified Incident Commanders assigned to this incident. Your Los Angeles County Fire Department understands that the community is in need of information. To assist the community in understanding or knowing the status of their property, impacted residents may visit recovery.lacounty.gov to view preliminary maps showing the damage assessments. Please note that preliminary maps have been posted and are updated daily. If you look at the map and you do not see a color by your address, that means that that building has not been assessed as of yet. As stated by my colleagues, severe weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please be assured that the Los Angeles County Fire Department is prepared, and we are anticipating winds and low humidity and low moisture, which will be a threat to the Los Angeles County area, and it will be critical. We ask all Los Angeles County residents in fire-prone areas to understand that the public safety shutoffs are critical and necessary for the collective safety of the community and for preventing additional wildland fires. There are rumors out there that the Los Angeles County Fire Department turned down offers for mutual aid. We want you to be assured that these rumors are totally false. However, we would like to make it totally clear that repopulation will not occur until the area is safe for our residents to return home. We would like once again to thank Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for her unwavering leadership and continued support through this unprecedented disaster. And finally, to the residents of Los Angeles County affected by this catastrophe, please be assured that our firefighters continue to work toward containing these wildland fires from the land and the ground so that we can get you home relatively as soon as possible. We stand alongside of you during this terrible disaster, and we will be with you during the recovery effort. Thank you.
LAPD Chief.
Well, good afternoon. I want to assure you that the LAPD and all of our partners here remain fully committed to your safety and well-being as we move forward through this together. Just a bit on our deployment, LAPD officers are performing increased patrols in the areas impacted by the fires. For a 24-hour period, we have deployed roughly 600 officers to these areas with support from Los Angeles Airport Police, Port Police, and the National Guard, who has 200 soldiers assigned to the Palisades incident, and we're very grateful for all of their support. On the missing persons front, certainly a concern for everyone. At this time, we have 26 people reported missing. 17 of those have been found safe. Of the 9 remaining, 2 have most likely been found deceased, but we have yet to be able to positively identify those individuals. 1 has likely been found safe at a shelter, but refused contact with the police, and 6 remain unaccounted for. Anybody who may have information on any of those 6, if you would, please let us know. In total, 3 fatalities were fire-related. 1 fatality died at a hospital, but had not been previously reported missing. On the arrest front, we've made a total of 14 arrests. 3 of those were for failure to obey curfew, impersonating an officer 1, impersonating a firefighter 1, unauthorized entry to a closed emergency area 2 people, 1 for driving under the influence, 1 for vandalism, 1 for possession of ammo and burglary tools, 2 for burglary, and 2 for conspiracy to commit burglary. So in spite of what we say up here, there are people who are still going to take advantage of the situation, so please help us out with that. Animal services, on that front, we're sensitive to the fact that in the rush to evacuate, many residents were forced to leave their pets behind. In order to help residents gain access to the pets that were left behind, Animal Services is accepting calls and creating a list for CAL FIRE to assist with facilitating reunification with their pets. That number is 888-452-7381. and Animal Services deploying 2 animal regulation officers here to the Zuma command post to be able to assist in that and inspect undamaged properties for animals. Again, just a reminder on the curfew, my partner, Commander Coles, mentioned the curfew order will remain in place tonight from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and unless you're public safety personnel or other disaster workers, you have no reason to be at these locations. If you are in those areas, as you've heard over and over again, you will be subject to arrest. Enforcing a curfew is an important tool to keep the burn areas and evacuated property secure and to keep looters out. This effort also helps to protect public safety personnel who are operating in darkness in very difficult circumstances. As you heard previously, there's still a threat there from gas lines, electricity down power lines, not to mention the toxic environment that's been created. So unless you have a real official reason to be there, please stay out. In closing, I just want to reiterate that our department, that all of us standing be here with you today before you, are with you. We're here for you for the duration, not only to ensure your safety, but provide support and resources necessary to recover and ultimately rebuild. I want to ensure the community that we're working tirelessly every day to protect lives, property, and maintain public safety during this critical time. Thank you for your understanding, your patience, and your resilience during this this very, very difficult time for all. Thank you.
CAL FIRE Director.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Tyler. I'm the Director and Fire Chief at CAL FIRE. Again, as I said yesterday, my heartfelt thoughts and prayers are with the community and our citizens who are affected by this devastation. And I have the utmost appreciation for our firefighters and our first responders, our law enforcement and military organizations who have come together to support the community. Over 15,000 responders are across Southern California right now, brought in from all over the state of California, the Western, Midwest, and Central United States, as well as our international partners from places like Canada and Mexico. It takes coming together with our local, state, federal, nonprofit, tribal, and international partners to make this all possible. And as we continue to mitigate the hazards that are occurring here at Palisades and mitigating the hazards that are occurring at the Eaton Fire while we're continuing to do damage assessment with multiple damage assessment teams, being able to publish that information as you heard earlier, we recognize that these conditions will change and being able to look ahead. So the other portion of CAL FIRE is our natural resource protection responsibilities. And working together with the Department of Conservation's California Geological Survey and CAL FIRE with our foresters and hydrologists are working together to look at the burned soil severity, looking at the risk factors, and providing a plan that will be supported with our local and county leaders on how we are going to continue to recover and mitigate the next steps of this community. We continue to pre-position resources for this event that we've heard about going through Wednesday night. Throughout the Los Angeles County, Greater Los Angeles area, San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange County, San Diego, there are pre-positioned resources across the area. We have moved aircraft to various Southern California airports while we continue to support the Palisades and the Eaton, making sure that they are out of the wind-prone area and are able to get off the ground when needed. We set up a mobilization center. It's sitting in Beaumont, California at Noble Creek Park. For resources to be filled in that mobilization center as a staging area to be able to move them north, south, east, or west. As we continue through this event for the next 2 days through Wednesday evening, we need you to remain vigilant, ready to evacuate, heeding the caution of law enforcement, military, National Guardsmen, your firefighters. Heed their warnings so they can fight fire and not have to focus entirely on rescues. For additional information, as you heard and you will hear, you can go to a variety of links on websites to find out more information that's available, but from CAL FIRE's perspective specifically, fire.ca.gov, links to all of our local and county official websites. And to prepare yourself better, go to readyforwildfire.org. Thank you.
There's a glitch in the matrix.
CHP Commissioner.
Good afternoon. I'm Sean DeRee. I'm the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. Currently, the CHP has over 700 officers that continue to be on tactical alert in the LA region. 248 of those during this 24-hour period are assigned to both the Pacific Palisades and the Eaton Fire. Their general role is general law enforcement support for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles Police Department, looter suppression. Many of them are on traffic control. Just a message, I would ask you to have patience with the officers that are on traffic control. They are not the ones making the decision to deny entry, to not allow people to reoccupy. We're interacting with a lot of members of the community. Emotions are high, and that's being taken out on the officers. During briefing, we're asking our officers to have empathy, to show patience, and we'll ask the community to have some tolerance for the officers as well. The CHP is in this for the long haul, along with all our other state partners, as we mitigate this tragedy. Thank you.
Next up, California State Senator Ben Allen.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Ben Allen, representing the wonderful communities of Malibu, Palisades, Hollywood, that have been so impacted by this terrible fire. I just want to thank the incredible first responders who've come from all over the state, indeed, all over the West and several of our neighbor countries, heeding the call and are working so hard, and it's because of them that we've made so much progress on defeating this fire. We've been able to roll back evacuation orders in Santa Monica and make incredible progress in Mandeville Canyon and up on the northern portions of the fire, and that's very much due to the selfless and tireless work that they've been engaged in. I've taken several trips into the fire zone. It's devastating. I understand why people are concerned about letting folks back in, given the amount of wires on the ground, asbestos risk, water, gas. A lot of utility work currently underway in the area where they're shutting off all the potential risks. It's going to be a long and arduous process. I brought one of the ranking member of the committee that oversees FEMA in the U.S. Congress there today. We talked about resources for the area, and I certainly hope and expect that our fellow Americans from around the country will step up and help us through federal assistance, just like we do every single time in other parts of the country as they've had storms and challenges with hurricanes and issues on the Gulf. Senator McGuire came, the leadership of the state Senate. We talked extensively about ways that the state is going to help. We talked also extensively about the rebuilding efforts in some other cities in the state, such as Santa Rosa, which burned down 6 years ago, and it's now been rebuilt. And I think that's a story of inspiration for us as we think about a path moving forward. We were also so happy that the president came to visit some of the fire site and offered a 100% reimbursement rate for the firefighting and first responder efforts. And the governor's now stepping up with a major infusion, $2.5 billion just proposed just now to assist with fire recovery efforts here in Los Angeles. He obviously came out with a big announcement on permitting reform yesterday. Our Attorney General and District Attorney are working hard on both looting issues but also price gouging and making sure that people don't take advantage of folks who are vulnerable. There's a lot of work to go ahead now, including in the world of insurance. And part of what's so important about the efforts that were just announced was that insurers oftentimes require photographic evidence of the destruction of the properties in order to get to pay out their insurance reimbursements. And that's why this kind of work going through and documenting the destruction property by property is so important for folks. It's not just the sense of closure, which we know is incredibly important as well, but it's also going to assist people with insurance. The insurance commissioner is actually bringing 2 weekends full of workshops First of all, this weekend, the 18th and 19th at Santa Monica College, and then the following weekend at Pasadena City College to largely service the folks who've been impacted by the Eaton fire. So we're hosting that workshop at SMC this coming weekend, and there are going to be people from private sector insurers, the FAIR Plan. It's going to be a one-stop shop for you to get all of your insurance questions answered in person, so you don't have to be stuck on hold on a line. You can make appointments. You can walk-ins are accepted, but we're certainly encouraging people to make appointments. 800-927-4357. That's 800-927-4357. Again, this has been a devastating few days for our community. I've lost so many of my friends have lost their homes. Just was at my synagogue, which is based in the Palisades, on Friday night as we had a service of healing, and over a third of the congregants there have lost their homes, including both of the rabbis. It's just a very difficult moment for us, and we certainly appreciate all of the people who stepped up to help the victims, both through offering places to stay, the incredible outpouring of donations of all kinds in those recovery centers and in the shelters. It's really been a moment of what made me proud to be an Angelino and proud to be an American. So I just want to, again, send out my hope and expectation that our fellow Americans will help us in our time of need through FEMA assistance and other recovery assistance. I can't believe it will be anything other. And I want to just close by saying God bless our firefighters and our first responders who have been working so hard, who have thrown everything they have at this fire, and they're a big part of the reason why we're now on such a track towards success in ending this fire. Thank you, and God bless our firefighters.
Next up, United States Senator Adam Schiff.
Just want to start off by referring to the remarks of the incident commander, Jim Hudson, who I think said we have seen very little forward progress on the fires in the last 36 hours. That is some very good news that we have all been desperate to hear. If we can say the same about the next 36 hours, we will be indeed fortunate and maybe begin to move into a different phase of this. But the only reason we've made that progress in the last 36 hours is because of the folks that are standing behind me on the stage and literally thousands and thousands of others that are deployed throughout these fire areas. This command center right here, we have 5,000 people operating out of it. It's like a fire army operating from here. So I'm grateful for what the governor and his staff have done to help organize this response. I'm very grateful to CAL FIRE for your leadership in this, to my colleague Alex Padilla, to LA City Fire, LA County Fire, to the police department, the sheriff's office, to the weather service, to FEMA, to SBA, to everybody who's coming together. In the public sector and the private sector, it's been an extraordinary effort. I was at one of the shelters earlier today, seeing what Red Cross volunteers are doing and Salvation Army volunteers are doing. Many of these shelters are being inundated with offers of help from the community, which is just so heartwarming. And talking to some that have lost their homes and lost everything but their lives, it is inspiring to see how strong and resilient they are, how determined they are to rebuild and to bounce back from this. And so there's a lot to be inspired by in this time of trial. There's also a lot to be infuriated by, and I would just say to those of you out there who are looting, adding injury to injury for these people who have lost their homes, there is a special place in hell for you. And if the folks behind me have anything to say about it, there'll be a special place in jail for you too. And I would also add, for anyone, as we've seen in prior disasters, who are looking on this as an opportunity to defraud taxpayers and try to steal money meant for the relief effort, there's a special place in hell for you too, and we are going to go after you. But I'm so grateful for what everyone around here is doing. I want to urge any who are watching in the insurance industry to move with urgency when people are coming to you with their claims, because many can't proceed very far with FEMA until they determine what's covered or not covered. And so we need you to treat All of those affected, like the members of your family, some indeed are members of your family, but we need the insurance industry to move on this with urgency. And I also want to tell people who have applied to FEMA, you may have gotten a quick response that looks like you're not going to get any help from FEMA because you have insurance. You may not qualify for most of FEMA if you have insurance. You may not qualify for everything, but there may be funds nevertheless that you do qualify for. So read carefully what response you get from FEMA. There are also, in addition to grants that FEMA has, there are low-interest loans that the SBA has to help you rebuild homes and businesses. So there are resources out there. We're going to be trying to bring more resources back. This is going to be an intensive recovery effort. Our first priority right now is to put down the flames, make sure people are safe. And then we need to move with speed to clean up the debris, which, as Senator Allen was pointing out, there are still fires in some of these residential burn areas. There are wires, there are poles down. There is just a huge amount of ash and debris that is unhealthful to be around and breathe for sustained periods. We're going to need to clean all that up. Obviously, we want people to be able to access their personal possessions that still remain. But we need to, when the time comes, we need to move up that cleanup effort and really get to it. As well, the process of rebuilding. I'm glad to hear the governor talk about streamlining the permit process. We can't have this drag out for 10 years. We need to get this done urgently. Let's make this a model on how you can quickly rebuild after a major disaster. Finally, to so many of you who are struggling with what you've lost, the whole state, the whole country is thinking of you, is sending their prayers to you, wants to be helpful to you. We're going to get through this. We are in California nothing if not resilient. We are going to rebuild. These neighborhoods will be rebuilt. Communities that you love will be rebuilt. We want you to come back. Neighbor wants to see neighbor again. So we're going to be working on this. We can't lose sight of this. We have a tendency in this country to focus on a disaster while it's happening and in the immediate after and then move on to something else. And we need to remain focused because this is going to require a sustained effort. Once again, thank you, and I think they're going to open up to questions.
We're incredibly grateful to be joined by our partners from the California National Guard as well. Also, we have our partners from ATF and the Mayor of Beverly Hills. So if you have any questions for anybody on stage, we're going to move into the Q&A portion. My partner, Captain Scott, is out there with a microphone. If you have a question, if you could please raise your hand. He's going to get the question read out loud, and we'll find the best person to answer it.
First question's in reference to the fire caused by CNN's Julia Jones.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Thank you for answering our questions. My question is about the investigation and one of the hypotheses that was raised in an article by Times about the possibility of this fire that might have started from a fireworks fire near a popular hiking trail near here over New Year's Eve. Could you speak to that hypothesis and whether or not the fire appears at this point to have human causes?
Yeah, thank you for that. If they're looking at all possibilities, they can't talk about the investigation while it's ongoing. As you know, they're also looking at the cause and point of origin for all of these fires. So the task force that we mentioned yesterday that's together is being led by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. They are the best in the business at doing this, working closely with our Major Crimes Division and the Sheriff's Arson and Explosive Section and the FBI as needed as well. So you're not likely to hear anything specific about the questions you're asking now until that comes to a resolution. So I apologize for not being able to be more detailed on that.
Second question will be in reference to the death toll by Spectrum One's Chase Beach.
Hi there. Just hoping to get a bit of clarification, maybe from the sheriff's department. From my count, it sounds like it's 29 now is the death toll, and also if you are able to share, it sounded like you said 5 more from the Palisades fire. If you know the rough location of that would be helpful. Thank you.
So the amount of deaths that I reported, which was 5, is only from the Sheriff's Department's area of responsibility. So some of the numbers that are being reported are a combination of the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, and some numbers that you're seeing out there are a combination of the Sheriff's Department and LAPD areas. So only within the Sheriff's Department area of responsibility, we have had 5 deaths.
The next question is in reference to the spread of the fire, particularly Friday and Saturday by Los Angeles Times. Grace Tuhey.
I was hoping to get some more details about how you guys were able to successfully contain the fire when it was threatening West Los Angeles as well as the Encino and Tarzana area. How are we able to get that under control, and are you expecting those same areas to be a concern if the winds or when the winds do pick up?
As far as the area is concerned, right now the wind is favorable for Tarzana and actually the entire 101 corridor. So with the offshore flow, they are actually burning back towards the coast. It was a very aggressive firefight. I can say that multitude of different strategies and tactics used, primarily tactics. We did have a successful day with their aviation assets that day due to the wind, and they were working very hard and building line with retardant and using the rotor wing or the helicopters to drop water. And that was primarily a direct attack incident. Crews were working right along the fire line, and it was a lot of hard work and a lot of effort that was put into that day. To summarize that, crews were engaged across the whole perimeter there.
Next, we have a question from Ross with KCAL, 3 parts, and he'll go through all 3 of them.
Thank you, Chief Crowley. If I may ask you a question from CBS News and KCAL News. First and foremost, our analysis from the numbers that CAL FIRE has given us show of the 5,000 people fighting in this fire, 85% of them are from Southern California, our local heroes, men and women. How are they holding up? That's the first question.
So I'll speak specifically from our LAFD members, and please join in. I tell you, our people are resilient. They are working extremely hard. I did have the opportunity to speak directly with our members that are assigned to the local fire stations, where it was initially, they were fighting fire. And I tell you, they stand strong and proud, but I also want to tell you in the community that they feel what the community is feeling. Their community is our community and vice versa. So we visited the fire stations, and our people are fatigued, but they keep showing up, and I'm extremely, extremely, extremely proud of them, and I'm sure that goes across the board with every single entity that is reported to this specific fire. They're incredible.
As we go into this period now, the wind gusts perhaps as high as 70 miles an hour beginning late tonight and through Wednesday. How have you changed the firefight tactics, and what do you have to say to residents in this area about, is the fire possibly going to whip back up out of control? We're only at 14% containment right now after nearly a week.
Right, so I'll speak really high level, and then we can bring in the operational experts in that regard. But when it comes to just the lean forward posture, this is still an active incident, very active incident. We have 5,000 people, individuals who are assigned just to this incident. Mind you, let's talk about all the other incidents that have already occurred, and we still have to build recovery from that side. That lean forward posture is very, very important. Do not let your guard down. The winds are here, so that's what we need the community to pay attention to specifically. When it comes to the operational side, again, even outside of the Palisades fire, just be resilient and be mindful about the information that's coming out.
Let me ask you what homeowners have been asking us in the areas that have tragically already been burned through, in Palisades, for example. Every homeowner wants to know when they can return to their homes. So Angelinos are strong, as you know. They just want it straight. Is it going to be days or weeks or possibly months? What is your best estimate at this time?
Right. So I would love to bring in when we talk about repopulation, we have messages over and over again, and I understand the frustration. Number one, the community needs to understand, still active. We are still searching for individuals, families that are missing, family members that are missing. There's an active search. And when it comes to it not being safe, I know that is so frustrating, but that's what takes the time. I will tell you and guarantee you that when it is safe to do so, we will allow the population and repopulation in the community to come back in. That is top of mind, but just as important of top of mind is the safety of those individuals as well. I'm not sure if anybody else wants to speak on the timing.
But the estimate, Chief, realistically,
It will not, what I can say, it will not be days. And with that, I think, again, stand by for more information. We have so many individuals here to do what we need to do to manage what's happening out there. Repopulation and getting our community members back so they can see it and understand it is really, really important to every single person that's here. That is top of mind. We'll make sure we'll do it as quickly as we can, but it has to be safe.
And in the meantime, if homeowners go to those links, they can see photos as well of their properties. Photos, so that's brand new. That's a huge step forward.
That is a step forward, and I don't want to speak for the individuals that are doing that, but that is a big step forward. Thank you.
I think that concludes the questions. We would like to make one mention there. It was mentioned the mayor of Beverly Hills, of course, that's the mayor of Malibu, Doug Stewart. So if there's any other questions or Spanish, they'll be happy to be handled. Thank you.
And that concludes that meeting. Now we're on to the Eaton Incident Virtual Community Meeting. This is set to start in about 3 minutes. That was for the Palisades. Now this is for the Eaton. This is the community meeting, though. So we'll see what happens. It didn't go very well yesterday. You can't get Discord to work. Post in the help desk. Someone will help you. I don't know why they're being so vague about rebuilding and why they can't call it rebuilding. Why do they have to call it repopulation? I don't understand that. Why are they using that word? Repopulate. Weird. Just say rebuild, right? I mean, you're welcome, Nancy. Thank you for being here. DeSantis says rebuild when we go through hurricanes. DeSantis has never said, we will repopulate after the hurricane. Did you watch that video I sent you last night? Not yet. Snowflakes. I haven't had a chance to watch anything, so after these press conferences tonight, I think I'm calling it a night. Pearl Strand, if you connect your YouTube, okay, so if you go in your settings on Discord, and this is for anybody who's a member, if you download the Discord app, go into the settings and connect your YouTube account to your Discord. Once you connect those, you'll see it. It'll automatically pop up. Because YouTube talks to Discord, so to speak. You have to be a member or a Patreon to be in the Discord. We used to have it open to the public, and it was a nightmare. So once you're a YouTube member, You will just connect your YouTube and then you'll see it. I think there's about 700 people in there. Repopulate is code for all the people not all the people getting their spot back. Yeah. Sorry, Caroline.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Bishop. Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Bishop. I'm one of the public information officers here on the Eaton Fire. Currently, the fire sits at 14,117 acres and 33% containment.
God almighty.
We have approximately 3,400 personnel working this fire. Tonight's meeting, we're going to start out with an operational update with Operations Section Chief Ernie Villa.
Sorry about that. She came in hot. Damn.
Good evening. So we'll start off out here on the west side of the fire. Firefighters continue to gain containment as they come around and mop up and secure the shoulder of the west side of the fire. They continue to use aircraft as the winds allow them to continue to gain containment out here on the northwest side of the fire. They continue to come up here. These sections that I spoke to yesterday, they continue to use the aircraft to do bucket retardant drops in those locations, as well as large aircraft that are dropping retardant as well in those locations. That was intermittently throughout the day due to the high winds, and they'll continue to do so as the winds become less of an intensity. Out here by Mount Low, continue to mop up and secure along this section in here. And then in this portion of the fire where the 92 is just south of it, the fire was still active, but they're using water dropping aircraft to continue to mop up that section of the fire. Coming around down into Mount Wilson area here, crews continue to mop up and secure along the south side of the Mount Wilson Road to secure the infrastructure that's in there. That mop-up will continue. We'll have people up there on a 24-hour basis until the fire is fully contained. As you come down out here towards the east end of the fire, near Winters Creek, we used aircraft, helicopters to drop water and retardant in this section here when the winds were favorable. As you come further south along the east side of the line, it's still holding. Crews are still continuing to mop up and secure the fire's perimeter in this location. As you come across here down towards the reservoir, down the east side of the fire here, crews continue to mop up and secure in that location. The fire that's across canyon from the reservoir continues to be mopped up by aircraft. As you come along the south portion of the fire here, crews continue to mop up and secure along the perimeter of the fire, trying to secure any hot sources of vegetation that exist along the bottom edge of the fire, coming all the way back up here towards the west side of the fire. Other than that, end of report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. Next up to talk about recovery operations is Operations Section Chief Jed Gaines.
All right, good afternoon. Crews continue to work with our urban search and rescue and the county sheriff's search and rescue teams. We have 3 teams that consist of approximately 400 personnel that are going through house to house, structure to structure, searching for any human remains and looking for missing persons. We have highly trained human remain dogs and an anthropologist with each team that continue to look and search out. Once something is detected, it is turned over to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department to do further investigations at that property. We have our damage inspection teams that are continuing to work in all areas. A large majority of our team is working in the Altadena area, and all of that info is posted on the Los Angeles County website for an update on the damaged homes, both damaged and destroyed. We have crews and fire engines in here continue to work and mop up. We have a hazardous materials team that is assigned to assist our urban search and rescue workers with decon, and we are also mitigating any hazardous material issues that still exist out in the fire area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next with our weather update is going to be James White, incident meteorologist.
Hello everyone, my name is James White. I'm the incident meteorologist here for the incident. My job is to provide localized weather information. So we're in an active weather period right now. We have been for the past 24 to 48 hours, and that's going to continue through tomorrow. And you may have heard a lot of emphasis, a lot of talk about the weather, and that's because we're entering a more critical period in terms of the weather. So the National Weather Service in Oxnard has put us under a red flag warning, and that red flag warning will continue until Wednesday. What we're expecting over the next 24 hours is some of the most critical period of that red flag. So what we've seen so far today is we've had some southerly winds, that's wind from the south, on the bottom of the fire here, and that's been going up slope. Up top, though, we have this northeast wind from the northeast that's been building. We've seen some gusts 50 to 60 miles an hour. That's not too unusual. We've seen similar speeds while this fire's been on the ground, and it hasn't had too much of an effect on the fire. What's changing this evening, tonight, and through early tomorrow is that we're expecting conditions that makes it more likely for those stronger northeast winds to mix to the lower elevations. And so, it's been normal for us to see some isolated gusts mix down, but there's a period where they could mix down more consistently for maybe 8, 12 hours or so. And that's why there's been so much focus on tonight in preparation for that potential wind. Thankfully, that wind is going to die down starting probably later tomorrow into the following day, although the potential for red flag conditions continue through Wednesday. Beyond Wednesday, there is very high confidence that we're going to have a much calmer and more moist weekend. The chances of rain are pretty minuscule, but it will definitely give a break in the very dry and windy weather we have been seeing. The last thing I want to mention is I want to assure everybody that there's no model solution, there's no possible outcome, even in the worst case scenario, that shows this event anywhere near the strength of January 7th. That event was truly an outlier and truly a very extreme event. So although some of the conditions we're seeing, especially for the west side, are concerning and are some weather conditions to take note of, it's nowhere near the potential that event had when this fire started.
Thank you. Next up with fire behavior is Dennis Burns.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dennis Burns, fire behavior analyst for the incident management team. Before I jump into what we're looking at on the fire, just to the folks at Altadena, even though I'm from Northern California, we have a little bit of a connection. My wife's grandfather's buried at Highland. My father-in-law, actually the first 8 years of his life, lived in Altadena until they moved over to Pasadena. And then in 1993, I was on the last fire that was basically in this area. So, my heart goes out to you all. So, you heard James's weather forecast, and we don't expect this fire to leave its current footprint. As he mentioned, we've actually been kind of wind testing the upper parts of this fire. Due to the good work of the firefighters that are out there, the fire's been staying in its footprint. We've been developing sources of heat out there, and it's been visible, but it's been generally away from the line, and because the crews are out there, they're easily dealt with. We still are dealing with some heat here. You heard Ernie, our ops chief, talking about what we've been doing with the retardant and everything. Everything's holding in place. The only slight difference today over the last several days is when James mentioned we're starting to get these winds that are out of the south with the north winds. What that could end up doing is that's basically rotating the air, and then we could see a little bit of a down. On the positive side of that is all through the Altadena area, we have crews that are out there on patrol. Like I've mentioned before, there's still a lot of heat out there. I literally just came from there. And crews are going after those hot spots, but also with the crews out there, if anything starts to flare up, they're going to be on top of it like right now. So the potential for any of those hot spots that flare up spotting is very minimal just because there's so many crews out there dealing with it. I tied in with a crew from my old fire department, and they were actually dealing with a hot spot well interior. There's a lot of heat still out there. It shows on our infrared flights that we get. And until those areas are completely searched and dealt with, it may take heavy equipment to get to the seat of some of those fires out there. So there's going to be a consistent source of heat out there until every single one of those sources can be dealt with. But we need to help people that have lost loved ones, identify those places before we actually go in there and do. It's going to be destructive to actually put out every single piece of fire. But having said all that, we don't expect any of those sources of fire to help this thing leave its current footprint.
Thank you for that. Next up to give an update on evacuations and public safety is Captain Williams with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Hi, I just want to give a quick update. So the situation continues. It's very dynamic. The fires are still causing a danger, especially with the winds that could pick up later. So we're still in the area. We're making progress regarding repopulating other areas that are downgraded from a evacuation order to an evacuation warning. The Sheriff's Department, we still have over 350 personnel working 24/7 with active missions that include road closures, traffic control points, roving security, welfare checks, and even evacuations as needed. There are still people within the evacuation zone, and if they need evacuation, we're there to help with that. So and we also have California Highway Patrol and the National Guard still on hand to help us out. Just to talk a little bit about the repopulation plan, it was mentioned we have to have all of the agencies that are assessing a certain area to be on board before we can actually open it up. We started with one area yesterday, and we're making progress with the Kenanoa Mesa area as we speak. It should be open up for repopulation later on today. It will be downgraded from an evacuation order to an evacuation warning. We still have over 7,000 structures destroyed and several structures still at risk. Just want to let everybody know that when we do start to repopulate these areas, we will still have the Sheriff's Department presence in that area. We still will be doing patrol checks in certain areas even after they have been downgraded to an evacuation warning. For people entering their area and they notice something that's suspicious, perhaps they notice that their property or house has been broken into, please report that to the Sheriff's Department. Just call us and we'll come out and do a report. You can still report that even when you do come into your area. Other than that's the only updates I have. Remember, you can check on protect.genesis.com to see if your area is an evacuation ordered or an evacuation warning. Again, that's protect.genesis.com. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. The next from the LA County Joint Information Center to give us some recovery steps is Kevin Chavez.
Hello, I'm Kevin Chavez here on behalf of the Los Angeles County Emergency Operations Center and Coordinated Joint Information Center. As we begin down this long road of recovery, we wanted to share some of the initial steps that can be taken to start that process. First, be sure to visit recovery.lacounty.gov for an up-to-date list of resources and information. If you have not already, please start a claim with your insurance provider as soon as possible to get that process started. Many steps within the FEMA application process will require up-to-date insurance progress. Start your FEMA claim process as soon as you can and be sure to closely review all information you receive. Information on how to apply is available at recovery.lacounty.gov. Beginning tomorrow, local assistance centers will be available for anyone impacted by these fires. These centers offer many critical resources in one location. For the Eaton Fire, a local assistance center will be open at the Pasadena City College Community Education Center starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Keep in mind, this is not the main campus of PCC. The address is 3035 West Foothill Boulevard in Pasadena. Check the recovery webpage for the latest locations, dates, and times. Finally, many trusted and verified community and nonprofit organizations are available to assist you in this journey. More information will be available in the coming days. Please visit recovery.lacounty.gov or call 211 for more. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, for that information. Next up, from the Los Angeles County Public Works, Director Mark Patria.
Good afternoon, everyone. As was described, I'm Mark Pastrana. I'm the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County. Our department serves the communities of Altadena and the cities that are included in the Eaton Fire area with lots of different services, including water to some extent, flood control, road services, solid waste, and other public works services throughout the community. Again, as I start out today, I just want to reiterate my deepest sympathies to all the families who lost their homes. I have personal experience in this as well, so it's kind of personal at home, but also in my work life, and it's my pleasure to have the opportunity to gain your trust as your Public Works Director. I'm here to bring optimism and hope by talking to you today about what we know so far and what we're going to do to resolve the issues and what it's going to take to get you back into your homes. Let's start out first of all by, again, acknowledging the first responders who came into our community, both from our local resources, but also from far away to extinguish this fire and to get us back on our feet. Of course, firefighting requires a lot of water. It can put a strain on the water system. And in fact, in this case, the water systems in your area were also impacted physically by the flames that occurred on your houses. The same thing happened on the municipal services that serve particularly the Altadena area. Those systems have been, again, pushed to the extreme limit, and currently they are all under a direct don't use order, meaning that it is not advisable and actually prohibited to use the water in the Altadena area. The Pasadena water system is pretty much up and going, so if you need to have very specifically whether or not you can use your water, you can go to water4la.com, find out which water agency that you are being served by, and then you can go to their websites and see what the current orders are. But I can tell you in general, if you've been evacuated and you're out of an evacuation zone, those areas are all do not use the water under do not use the water order from the state of California. Water customers in those burned area communities, again, do not drink the water. This also applies to your pets and domestic animals. Important to know. Okay. We have been out. What have we been doing? Oh, let me talk one more thing about water. There is a bottled water distribution site currently ongoing, supported by LA County Public Works and Pasadena Water and Power and the water agencies that serve you. You can get water at Altadena Pasadena joint effort at the following location: 450 Lake Avenue in Pasadena, or 4524 Hampton Road in La Cañada, Flint Ridge. We'll be continuing to distribute water in the community ongoing. We'll move that water around as needed, so you can count on us if you need bottled water to visit these locations. So what we've been doing as your Public Works agency is sending the full force of our agency out to actually assess the damage after the SAR teams have gone through the community. And what we're doing there, what we're assessing is, one, the water system, the road system, the traffic light system. We're assessing the light system and the trash system, and then we're very importantly assessing the flood control system that serves these foothill communities. As many of you know, this area is subject to potentially damaging floods on a regular basis, and it's even more intense now that we've had a fire. So our road crews have been cleaning fallen trees from roads to ensure access for first responders. Residents should be reminded to park off-street if you're in an area, if you're in an area where roads are needing to be cleared. We have 32 road closures currently in the unincorporated area, and we received 372 tree requests to date to remove trees, and we're in the process of removing those. We are currently I've restored 109 out of 130 traffic lights back in to operating. If you should see any trees or non-operating lights in your community, signals in your community, please call 1-800-675-HELP or 1-800-675-4357 to report any damage to these systems. Many people have been asking about trash collection, and what we've done now in the community is we are going to resume regular trash pickup on a twice-a-week basis. So usually it's once a week. We're going to go twice a week until we can resolve the built-up trash in your community. This, of course, varies depending upon where you're located. If you're a property owner who has a fully house has been fully burned down and your trash cans gone with it, we'll be around to pull those trash cans out as well. And then if you're in an area where you were left behind and you're behind the line, we would like to know that you're there, and we want to pick up your trash as well. So it'd be good for you to call in to our number again, 1-800-675-HELP, and let us know that you need trash service. On trash and on debris, I'll talk about that in a minute. Trash being different than debris. So on post-fire recovery, many people are asking, is it going to be easier to rebuild? It's been mentioned that the state of California is streamlining the process by eliminating some of the rules related to construction. Here in LA County, our supervisor is committed to streamlining the process, and our building department will be co-located with all the other permitting agencies in the Altadena area for the Altadena residents shortly to begin the process to understand what it will take to rebuild your home and to secure proper building permits for that purpose. But the first thing that has to happen before any building permit is pulled or considered is we have to ready the infrastructure of your community. That means I have to get the roads back, the sewer back, the storm drain back, the power back, the gas back in place, and then also we need to pull the debris from your properties. There's a process to remove hazardous waste, and I want to talk to you about that as the last item tonight. This will be a two-phase process in coordination with the state of California and the federal government. The first phase will be where we assess your property, we identify toxics on site, household hazardous waste and other toxics that may be on the site, including asbestos. We will remove those materials we will do that under our authority to remove hazardous materials without any permission from anybody. So what will happen is you'll see us out there with county health and fire hazmat removing these materials. Once your property has been cleaned of those materials, the property will be tagged with a sign that says phase 1 has been completed on this property. That's an indicator that you at some point now may be able to enter the property. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily safe for you to enter onto the property, because the materials we leave behind will too be hazardous to human health. And that's the silt and debris and broken down materials as the byproduct of the fire. And we want you to be very careful when you enter your property once phase 1 is done. You should do that actually under the guidance of the county health department and the county fire department. And in fact, if you're looking to go onto your property and sift through material, I would talk to county fire before I decided I wanted to do that. Maybe county fire can help you with that process. We'll have to find out. But I do not recommend you sift through your own debris on your own. It is most definitely not good for children to be around, and it's most definitely should be done with the right clothing and the right respiratory materials, safeguards in place. Phase 2 will be where we come in and request that you sign off on the entry to your property through a right of entry process. We will then bring county contractors from the state of California who are certified to remove such materials, and we will commence upon the orderly removal of these materials from all of the lots within your neighborhoods. We'd like to do this in a very orderly way, so that we're not disturbing the sites and we're not throwing ash in the air. So again, we'll have contractors that are contracted and certified to remove such materials, and we will remove them in an environmentally safe way by removing those materials and placing them in the right landfill for the materials that exist. This process is extremely important and will take some time to get done. It will probably not occur for another month or two, at least probably 6 weeks to 2 months before you see anyone actually taking materials off of sites, and it could be longer. This is because we're not fully set up yet, and we do not have your right of entry forms yet. So the one thing you will be seeing us do is taking an assessment of the sites, as I said, in phase 1. Again, that's a process that we're very proud of, and we have a good handle on. And I'm happy to tell you that it's a good process, and one in which we'll leave you with a buildable pad, and that will then commence the process for reconstruction. And we will have more information about reconstruction at our LA County Public Works and Regional Planning site that is yet to be sited, but it will be sited within Altadena, as I said, and you can get advice on rebuilding there. You can stay informed about this at readylacounty.gov. You can stay at recover.com, so more to come on that. One other thing that's really important is that we do live in a hillside area here. We have very erosive mountains that are highly erosive. They have just suffered a major incident to the wildlife, the biodiversity. The soil has been burned in some places where it's hydrophobic, meaning that it will not take water in. This is the perfect condition for debris flows, which can be extremely damaging and can travel through the community and create future hazards for those that have been left behind. So what I'm doing about that is I'm sending teams of engineers to do a watershed assessment. They will be marching throughout the foothills here, post SAR activities, to start to assess how much debris we expect to come off the slopes and making sure that the flood control system can handle that those debris flows. Now, the flood control system doesn't capture every flow. In fact, your streets capture a lot of the flow and they convey it to our system. That means that if it's raining, I want everyone to be aware. We have to be very ready again to potentially move away from these damaging flows. Now, we'll keep you aware if we expect that those flows are going to be a problem for you, especially for those of you who are occupying your current homes. Again, if you want to have any engineering advice for those people who are living in their homes still and would like engineering advice from our watershed assessment team, you can call 211 and they will set up an appointment with you and give you advice, potential advice on sandbagging, or might even tell you that it's so hazardous you may want to go if it's going to when and if it rains this year. And on that front, I do have news that our expert weather reporters are telling, and forecasters are telling us that we do expect a potential window for rain beginning this weekend and a larger window coming in the later part of this month. So we are planning for and have been preparing for such rain for some time. And I want all of you to know that all of the basins in this area, including Eaton Basin, our yard, has been sized for this very event. So I don't want you to worry too much about the fact that the debris behind the dam and up behind the reservoir can't be handled. We've designed it for that, and we expect it to fully fill up in a couple rain events, and we've cleared it this year enough to capture all of the debris that's on these slopes here. So with that said, I will turn over to the next speaker and return with answers to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for that information. Next, Board of Supervisors, Catherine Barger.
Thank you. FEMA relief is essential to getting our impacted residents back on their feet. Today and yesterday, FEMA staff have been at 7 county libraries, plus the Alhambra Library, providing support to individuals seeking FEMA relief. Tomorrow, these sites will transition to assistance centers. The centers will be in-person venues where wildfire survivors can receive direct support for FEMA's assistant program, which helps residents get lodging, essential items, and other large financial needs. Please, please, please be careful. I was at the convention center yesterday, and there were people going around saying they were with FEMA. It's important that you use these centers because there are people that are going to take advantage of this situation, so I would implore you to please go to one of our centers. You can visit these centers. One is at the PCC campus, and if you are on the west side, it is going to be at the UCLA campus. If you can visit recovery.lacounty.gov for the specific details and the hours. I want to thank FEMA for their continued support of our impacted residents. Our residents need the support to begin rebuilding. They are in desperate need. So many residents that I've heard from, especially those without insurance or even underinsured, are concerned they won't receive enough assistance to rebuild their lives. On top of FEMA assistance, I am going to be advocating and working as we speak for innovative loan and housing solutions to bring people back to their communities. People need help, and they need to know what kind of support they are going to receive. Last night, I joined hundreds of our impacted victims in Pasadena to hear their stories, understand their needs, and to discuss what comes next. Many wildfire survivors I've met and spoke with have repeatedly told me they're worried about the rebuilding process. Specifically, many have mentioned that they are eager to begin clearing debris and seeing what valuable possessions survived this devastating fire. I want you to know that yesterday, the governor issued an executive order to streamline this rebuilding process. The executive order is going to make rebuilding homes easier by cutting red tape and make it as affordable and efficient as possible for residents to clear debris. Yesterday's executive order, along with the previous order to waive the CEQA requirement in rebuilding, are two unprecedented actions that will be essential to making our community whole again. I know that our wildfire survivors want nothing more than to begin the rebuilding process. And it is my job, our job, as government officials to get out of the way. Our neighbors deserve nothing less. To all the residents in our county, we must maintain diligence over the next few days as the winds increase. Please listen to law enforcement and their evacuation notices. These next few days are crucial in our fighting of the existing fires and also preventing any new fires. Thank you for taking it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from the Town Council of Altadena, Victoria Knapp.
Good afternoon. I hope that those that are here today have heard the change in tone from yesterday's meeting. We heard your concerns loud and clear following that meeting, which many of you called disastrous. You shared that you felt marginalized, ignored, and left out of the conversation. We also heard that Altadena, which has been significantly impacted by this disaster, was not positioned front and center in the discussions. Additionally, you highlighted that individuals from outside our community have been speaking on behalf of Altadena, even though they do not reside, work, or govern here. And you want to hear from the officials you know have the information you are looking for. On behalf of Altadena residents, the community's leadership has made a clear request. We need briefings that are tailored to the specific needs, concerns, and realities of Altadena. We deserve to be at the center of these conversations, and we want to ensure that accurate and relevant information about our community is shared directly with us. We also kindly ask that those from outside of Altadena refrain from speaking on our behalf. Everyone I have spoken with today agrees and stands in support of this request. We also want to address an important matter, the spread of unverified information and speculation. This only serves to create confusion and distrust within our community. We ask that you all refrain from sharing or relying on information that has not been confirmed, and we trust that everyone here will help support this effort to keep the facts clear. For accurate, timely, and Altadena-specific updates, please visit recoveryaltadena.com. While the site is in its infancy, we are committed to ensuring that it is continuously updated with the information you need, and improvements to the site are being made daily. There has been an overwhelming response to this incident, and we want to acknowledge the tremendous efforts being made by all of those involved in the recovery process. There is a full understanding of the degree of devastation we're facing, and I am confident that everyone assembled here and elsewhere is doing everything within their power to support us all. Thank you for your ongoing patience, support, and collaboration. Together, we will move forward and rebuild a stronger Altadena. Let's continue to work together, keeping Altadena at the center of these conversations and ensuring our community's voice is heard.
Thank you. Our next speaker from LA County Fire, Assistant Chief Springle.
Pat Springle, local fire chief for the communities of Altadena, La Cunada, Flint Ridge, and La Crescenta. So I've been asked questions in regards to 911 services in the area. So as a reminder for all 911 services, even within the fire zone, please utilize the 911 system. For Altadena residents, Fire Station 11, Fire Station 12, and Fire Station 66 are all staffed as normal with the personnel in those stations and available for service calls. Those calls would go through the 911 system. LA County Dispatch would receive those calls. If they are fire calls that are related to the incident, they will be routed to the incident. If they are calls for service within those areas that are medical calls and such, those will be handled by our LA County Fire personnel as they would normally as normal operation. Additionally, for the Altadena community, as a reminder, as crews work through the disaster zone, this is going to take days. There's many, many hazards as we've spoken about. There's many safety concerns. There's an abundance of urban search and rescue issues, public health issues, hazmat issues, and utilities that we have to get in place. We will keep you updated as to the best of our ability as we work through the process. Thank you.
Our final speakers will be our Unified Incident Commander, Alex Macbeth, and Kevin Boha.
Good evening. Today I wanted to speak specifically about progress. So every day more inspections and searches are being completed. I do have the up-to-date data on damage inspections as of this meeting. As of right now, 5,806 structures have been inspected with 30% completion. And unfortunately, I'll report 329 have been reported as damaged and 2,722 have been destroyed. Collaboration in this all-risk mission has been beneficial to this point. We are aware of the incoming weather, and we've organized resources on this incident in the event that the predicted weather causes an increase in fire activity. Thank you for all your cooperation as we move forward. The inspections that I just spoke of are available on the county website on the link that's provided in the chat. Thank you.
Next is the point in our meeting where we'll get to all the question and answers. First, I'm going to bring back out Operations Section Chief Jed Gaines.
All right, good evening. I'm going to answer a couple of questions that came up. One of the questions is, what can we do to prepare for tonight? I'm going to tie into what Chief Bohal just stated. We have several resources identified and in the area ready to deploy. We have surge resources identified from local fire departments in LA County in the area. In Southern California, we have a MOB center that has been stood up with resources available to deploy in all of Southern California if any fires break with this next Santa Ana wind event that we are currently in. The winds are supposed to peak tonight. The best thing you can do is know your evacuation zones, and those can be found on the LA County websites. And visit the Ready, Set, Go, and visit CAL FIRE website for more information on how to prepare if you need to evacuate. Some of the areas that we've done with this Santa Ana wind, winds typically blow from the east to the west. So our areas of concern are the west side of this fire, which include the community of La Cañada. We do have a group set up there and a staging area set up at the La Cañada Country Club. We have over 90 water trucks assigned. We call them water tenders with water available. We have 30 gallons of portable tanks set up throughout the community. We've been flying aircraft, both helicopters and fixed wing aircraft today, dropping retardant and water in our areas. We have a large VLAT that we refer to as a very large air tanker, dropping over 10,000 gallons of retardant as we speak down the ridges to prepare for this. We have ground-based retardant application going on in the community of La Cañada with our water tenders to prepare for tonight. One of the other questions I have is, what can we do to enough water? And how frequent are patrols being done in areas? Because they're still seeing smoke where we have containment on this fire. We patrol this fire constantly. We do not turn our back to anywhere on this fire. Over the night, we have infrared flights done several times a day, and over the night, we have our drone technology that's up, and with infrared that we are continuously flying, and we know exactly where all the hot spots are that we try to get crews in and mitigate those problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next for some questions and answers is going to be Captain Williams with the Sheriff's Department.
I just want to clarify that the curfew is still in place as of today, only for the evacuation ordered areas. Again, that curfew is from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m., and it's only for the evacuation ordered areas. Once an area has been downgraded to evacuation warning, the checkpoints from that were blocking that area will essentially be moved, and people are allowed to go into that area to repopulate. Like I said earlier, we still will have patrol checks and roving patrols just to make sure that the area is still secure, and just to continue to protect the property. But the checkpoints at that point will be removed, and it will be open. As of this morning, we made 31 arrests for several violations, and a lot of them are for curfew violation. Just last night, 5 arrests were made. Just last night alone, 5 arrests. So we are strictly enforcing the curfew, and we ask anyone within the evacuation ordered area to please adhere to the curfew order. Again, if there's any reports, maybe someone comes back and sees that their house may have been broken into, we urge them to promptly call the police. It doesn't matter what time of day it is, call the sheriff's department, and we will come out to investigate. There's also a question about whether or not they're letting people into the evacuation ordered area, even if they have ID. Still, we are not letting people into that area. Even if you do show ID that you live into that area, it is still considered unsafe, especially during that nighttime. It can be even more unsafe. And we don't want anybody to be in violation of that curfew and be potentially arrested. And if you are arrested, you are subject to a $1,000 fine and or jail time. So please remember that curfew is still in effect, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to ask Director Mark Pastrelek to come back out and answer some questions.
Hi, everyone. Someone has asked, we're in an evac warning, but we're without power and water. How do we get it turned back on? Okay, so there are a number of situations that's going on right now, depending upon where you're located. LA County Public Works is coordinating with the power and water utilities in the area. We have been doing damage assessments side by side with them and cleaning the road system at the same time. So the answer to that is your power and water will come back on over time. I would assume power will come back on sooner than water. The water system, specifically in the Altadena area, has got a lot of work to do before it can be made potable, drinkable water. So you're going to need to be patient with that. And in that case, and this is the second part of the question, should we supplement with our own Generacs? In fact, it's not a bad idea if you have a Generac or another kind of generator, backup generator that you can get charged, either solar or otherwise, and have that on site to run the essentials. For those of you who choose to reoccupy your home without power and water, that is going to be a challenge for you. It isn't something that I actually recommend, but I also get the need to get into your home and make sure that it's kept safe. So when you if you're already in that home, or you're going to choose to go back into a home that does not have power and water, you're going to need to make do with what is there. And I can't promise you when that's going to happen, but I can tell you this: it's going to happen as quickly as it can, and it can be done safely. And you should know that Southern California Edison, Southern California Gas Company, and your water agency here locally are working day and night to get you back up and running with power and water. The second question, we are concerned about rats and pests in area where trash isn't being picked up. Will these start up soon? And I mentioned that earlier. For those of you that are in the warning areas, that you will see twice a week pickups commencing this week. And then for those of you behind the line, so to speak, we will be coming in through your area where it's safe to do so and picking up trash. If you've got trash, decaying trash on site, obviously you want to get that packaged and put properly into a bin. And then you can call our offices, 1-800-675-4375. If you've got trash that's piling up, or if you have a need to have your trash disposed of, and we will direct your waste hauler to come to your area and pick that trash up. Let me see. Someone asked, can we get a map of the areas that will be more prone to flooding and mudslides. And in fact, you can. We are currently working on that mapping right now. You can get that mapping at dpw.lacounty.gov. Once again, dpw.lacounty.gov. These are called debris and mud flow potential forecast. We are currently doing the watershed assessment, so the maps are not yet, but when you get to that site, you go to debris and mud flow potential forecasting, and you will see your fire incident there, the Eaton Canyon fire incident, and you can look right down at your own house and see whether you're in a mud flow or debris flow vulnerable area. They're labeled phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3. Each phase is a different level of caution with it. There are some phases in which we recommend people evacuate. So it is important for you to begin researching this for yourself to see whether or not you may be potentially in an area where mud and debris flow are a potential hazard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I'd like to invite Air Resource Advisor Jen Croft.
Good afternoon. So this question is, if you are adjacent to a burned area, should you be wearing a mask and for how long? When it comes to the N95 mask, that is to protect you from particulate matter 2.5. That is a little particle that is 70 times smaller than the diameter of your hair. So the N95 mask is pretty much the only, in the P100, the only things that will help stop or interfere with that particle going into your lungs. So should you wear one if you're adjacent to a burned area? Turn to the fire.airnow.gov website, where you will see a plethora of all the purple airs that your private citizens have purchased. And the bigger dots are my regulatory monitors that we set up and establish for long-term monitoring purposes. A big appreciation to all the private residents who have purchased a purple air. It certainly makes my job more easy. It also informs all of your neighbors as to the conditions at your location. When those colors become orange, red, and purple is when I would advise, or I will issue a recommendation to consider wearing an N95 mask. If you are disturbing particles or you're recovering debris, also a great idea to wear a PM 2.5 N95 mask. And for how long? So the how long is again, pay attention to the colors. Let your human body be the best influence for you. We have a great alert system. Your eyes will burn, your throat will get scratchy, you'll start coughing a little bit. That's, if you take it off and you're still doing that, put it back on and remove yourself from the area would be my recommendation. The other one is are wet masks, fabric masks, as good as an N95? The answer short, no, it is not. Fabric masks do not trap the particulate matter that is in the air at 2.5 levels. And so the wet component there, as you breathe, it'll probably make your throat feel a little bit better, but it's definitely not interfering with the particulates that are getting down past your upper respiratory into your lower respiratory and then scratching and injuring those lung alveoli, opening you for disease and all the other bacteria that's in the eye. We make really good petri dishes once our lungs get scratched. So my advice, stay clear of it, find good air, use that fire.airnow.gov map to find the better places, and thankfully today we're enjoying really good air quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen, for that. I'd like to also invite back from our Joint Information Center, Kevin Chavez.
Thank you. I have two related questions. One, my landlord is trying to raise my rent. What can I do? And who can I report price gouging to? In both instances, I would encourage people to contact the LA County Department of Consumer and Business Affairs. In the times like now, when there has been a local emergency declared, price gouging protections go into effect. Generally speaking, any items, whether it be something as small as a bottle of water, something as large as construction, or in many cases like this, rent, prices cannot be raised more than 10%. So we absolutely encourage you to please keep track of all of your receipts, all of your records, and file a complaint with the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs. You can reach the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs at dcba.lacounty.gov, or you can call 800-593-8222. Thanks.
That's going to be it for this evening on the question and answers. I do encourage you to continue to send them in at our email at 2025.eaton@firenet.gov. And to cover some of the, I know we're getting a lot about FEMA. We're going to be having a local assistance center opening up here later this week, as well as a disaster assistance center that we can give you some information to get those answers. Thank you and have a good evening.
So stupid. I don't believe that any of those questions come from the community. Do you guys? I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it. I'm seeing if there's anybody up in the air, and they're reporting on these winds,
issued on average,
which I have down below. I thought there was one more thing scheduled tonight. They are ridiculous with their updates. Let's see. 112. Oh, they pushed it to 9:30? Let's see how mad the chat is. Oh, there's nothing in there. Let's get rid of that. So this is 9:30 tonight. Lots of tanks have been up. Let's go over to our flight radar and see what's going on. I know that you guys said there was a call for air tankers, but I don't see any. And that was before that press conference. Someone announced that. I mean, you're looking at the entire, look at this. There's none out there. Look. There's one helicopter right here. Maybe that's one of them. I don't know. They're going around the summit. Yeah, I haven't either. I haven't seen any live. Well, we did this morning, but there was no fires. You couldn't see any fires. It's weird, right? They're on the other fire to the east, right? But look how east I went. Look, they're not out anywhere. I don't know how much more east I can go. Look there's Beverly Hills. It's wild. Mandeville Canyon, there's nothing going on. Not a thing. See it? I can't pull up watch duty on here, unfortunately. I tried. I mean, maybe I can try to get it on the web. Oh, okay. I can do it on the computer. You guys didn't tell me that. You guys didn't tell me that. You told me it was just a freaking app. All right, hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I thought it was just a phone app. My bad. What's the Princessa fire? Wait. What is this thing up here? What's Prince, whatever? Princessa. Never heard of that one. I don't see any choppers, though. How do you see the... Let me see. Flight tracker. Oh, you have to pay for it. I already pay for flight radar. Live wildfire cameras. Now, where are those? Oh. Topanga. Okay, so this has everything that we've been looking at, just all consolidated to one thing. There's Mount Wilson. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hmm. I don't get flight radar on there, though. It's good to know I can pull that up. But if we back out here and go to the Eaton Fire, there's literally no aircraft. There's one over here now. But where that is, here comes another one. I don't know, guys. They're dropping to the west of Mount Wilson. Yeah, there's no... That camera's out, too. Okay, now there's more. Look at that. Reseda Park, Tarzania, Laurel Canyon. That's what we're looking at. What's a GLP? What's a GLP? I mean, I don't know. This chopper's hanging out up here. Chatsworth High School. All I can tell you is I'm going over all these hills and I don't see any aircraft. Unless they're not showing on here, I don't know what to say. Weight loss shot? Oh. Yeah, I think they are too, and it literally is mangling America's faces. It's weird. I would never shoot myself up with that stuff. It's bad for you. People would be amazed if they just changed the way they were, like ate a little bit, and like went for a walk every day, what a difference it makes without all that shit. Clay fire just came up. Creek fire, that one's out. Oh, Clay's over here. This fire is well established with moderate rate of spread, and will be bumping structures in the area of Bradford Street per radio traffic. That's not good. This is the Clay fire right here. Let's turn on our scanner. See what's going on.
Division Foxtrot trainee, phone in report from LA Metro. Report of a guest house on fire. I believe it'll be in your division. I have an address when you're ready to copy.
Yeah, Metro from truck 95.
Ready to copy.
RP, check the elevators near Dunkin' Donuts and the working from.
Report of a guest house on fire, 580 North Chautauqua. CHAUTAUQUA. RP phone number 310-968.
Let me turn this up.
7827.
I'm going to make this bigger so you guys can see the whole screen here.
Foxtrot copies. This is the third report. We've had engines check it out, but we will go and reevaluate. I'll update you shortly.
Division Foxtrot, communication copy.
Communication. Division Mike Trainee.
Mike Trainee, we copy your traffic for law enforcement request 1664 Calais Germain. We'll advise when en route.
Mike Trainee.
Mike Trainee, 3000 Bravo, on command.
Mike Trainee.
Yeah, we've validated this is the homeowner coming back to collect some belongings. No need for law enforcement.
Mike Trainee. Break. Communications, Mike Trainee.
Communications copy. Cancel Ellie.
Mike Trainee.
Okay, now you guys should be able to see the wind direction. As I zoom out,
121 officer.
Okay, let's see if we can view the clay fire. What camera are you looking at for the clay fire? I don't see anything facing the clay fire to get a view of it. Let's go up to the Eaton fire. Oh, these are all turned off. Not working. Ooh, look at that sunset. I don't see anything burning. I know this website's really cool. Sorry, I'm kind of
Communications.
trying to focus on it.
Division Mike Trainee.
Go for communications.
Can I get LE to Tremonto Drive and Los Leones Drive for a suspicious person on a bike?
Suspicious person on a bike. What are they doing that makes them suspicious?
Division Mike, repeat the intersection.
Tremonto, Tramonto Drive and Los Leones Drive, LOSLIONES Drive.
You can see a van down there.
Of the suspicious person vehicle.
They said a bike, not a vehicle.
The suspicious person was on a bicycle wearing a Water and Power t-shirt.
Oh, Lord, wearing a Water and Power t-shirt. On a bicycle. They still have an hour until curfew. It's only 5 o'clock there.
Copy on a bicycle. Any other clothing description?
Water and Power, dude.
Negative at this time. I'll try to get a better description.
Well, wearing a Water and Power shirt is kind of
Please
sus.
advise last heading or last known direction.
Stand by.
Bailey Peak. I have no idea where Bailey Peak is. I don't know where that is. Bailey Peak. There's Mount Wilson East.
Palisades Communications.
That is
Foxtrot Training.
absolutely beautiful right there.
Communications, Mike Trainee.
Baldwin Hills. Look at the sun going down. Look at that. It's so pretty. Welcome back, James.
Communications, Mike Trainee.
Mike, training, go for communications.
Disregard the last request for LE. The situation's been handled.
Wait, what did he say? Wait, I missed that.
Communications copies, disregard LE request.
So who was the guy on the bike?
Affirmative, Mike Trainee.
Division, Foxtrot, communications.
Communications from Foxtrot with an update on 580. Crews have re-inspected the garage. There is no smoke, no fire in the area.
Okay, James.
Division, Foxtrot, communications. We copy 580 Chautauqua. No smoke, no fire. Communications out.
The ones that point at the fires are out, Chicken Noodle. That was weird. I don't know. They've been out. This is directly facing the Palisades fire, though. This right here. I don't see anything. Like, nothing. Now it's called the Jurupa fire. A second alarm response has been requested from Riverside City per incident command. One law enforcement copter will be assisting with bucket drops per radio traffic. This is now known as the Jurupa fire. All right, let me see where Jurupa fire is. There's Anaheim. Oh, wow. It's way over here. Holy shit. It's way over here. Let me zoom out. So we've got the Weaver. Okay, I'm trying to find this on the map. Sorry. I don't know these areas very well. Corona. There's Corona. Okay, so it would be over in this area right here, right? I think I'm in the right area. They just named it Jurupa. Rancho Jurupa Park right here. That is now the Jurupa fire, this one. The Jurupa Valley.
Operations, Yankee Trainee. command.
Yankee training operations, go ahead.
Operations, Yankee training.
Yankee training operations, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a immediate law enforcement request for a resident that was says they were just assaulted by somebody on an e-bike.
Oh no.
I got an address when you're ready.
Assaulted by someone on an e-bike.
Affirmative.
20220 Paradise Lane, cross of Topanga Canyon.
What was it? 22. I didn't catch it.
Yeah, you're breaking up on the address. I say
Oh,
a
thanks.
copy cross of Topanga Canyon.
20220 Paradise Lane.
I copy break communications operations. You copy that, correct?
Communications copies. Do we have a description of the suspect?
Ooh. That's pretty desolate.
Communications,
Look at
Yankee
these
training.
roads.
Suspect description is riding an e-bike with all black and wearing a helmet.
Hey, Mallory, welcome back.
Yankee trainee, are you with the victim now?
Negative. Strike team leader is with it. I'll get you the identifier.
Copy that. We're waiting for the identifier. We're going to get PD rolling.
Yeah, contact is going to be strike team leader for 9341 Charlie.
Oh, this is a weird area.
Strike team leader 9341 Charlie. Contact on which TAC?
CDF TAC 39.
Please pick up after your animals.
Copy 20220 Paradise Lane, cross to Topanga for law enforcement.
That's affirmative communications. Thank you.
It's this house, guys.
Division Yankee trainee operations.
Go ahead, Yankee training.
Just to confirm, the assault was to a civilian and not a line employee.
That's affirmative.
I copy. They should be en route.
Ooh, look at this.
Communications, Division Mike trainee.
Division Mike trainee, go ahead.
Request animal control to the 1500 block of Charmel
Look at all the traffic.
CHARMEL Lane for a small white dog.
Oh, poor doggy. I want to see this Jerupa. Okay, here, this one, Little Mountain. It's pretty blurry.
Division Mike trainee, can you repeat your traffic?
Does what matter? Chicken soup. Does what matter?
Communications,
Communications, Division Mike Trainee.
Yeah, I've been looking up all the addresses
Request
that they call
animal
out.
control to the 1500 block of Charmel Lane for a small white dog.
Does that look like that smoke to you guys? Bailey Peak. Here it is. Thank you. I finally found
Mike
it.
Trainee Communications copies your request for animal control, 1600 block of Charmel Lane for a small white dog.
You can see some smoke here. See the smoke coming up? That's the new fire. Oh, I thought you were asking if it mattered where they lived. Sorry. See the smoke over that hill right there? Watch, I'm going to play it again. You can see it right here. That's the Jerupa fire right here. I still don't see any air people over that. Let's look at the wind. See what's going on in the wind.
Communications Yankee Trainee.
Not too bad over there, but it's picking up in the valley, in the canyon or whatever you call it here.
Division Yankee Trainee, go for communications.
Communications Yankee Trainee.
Unit contacting communications. Repeat your identifier and go ahead.
Thank you for being here, Eden.
Communications Yankee Trainee. I have a updated address for the person of interest, now with 9341 Charlie.
What's the address? Give it to me. Give it to me.
Division Yankee Trainee, go ahead with your updated location.
It's going to be 20857 Cheney Road.
We have a spelling of the street name, please.
C is in Charlie, H is in Hotel, E is in Echo, N November, E Echo, Y Yankee.
Copy, Division Yankee Trainee. We copy 20857 Cheney Way. We'll advise Ellie.
Cheney Drive.
Yankee Trainee copies, thank you.
Yankee Trainee additional law enforcement is requesting a presence there until arrival on Victor 1.
Communications from Yankee. We have a unit on scene and an LA County Fire Chief Officer is en route to get that information as well.
Thank you. On arrival of the Chief Officer, please have them recontact communications.
Copy. That's Division Yankee Actual, and I'll
These
be on
places
scene
are
there
wild.
in a few minutes, and I'll give a call, a landline to communications.
Copy that.
These places are just wild.
Communications Division, Papa.
Oh, you can even see the traffic. Whoa, that's crazy.
Communications.
Communication Division, Papa. I've got animal control at drop point 70. They're requesting the address for the location of the white dog.
Units on command, hold your traffic for operations. Break operations, or correction, branch 1, operations on command.
All these cameras are off.
Operations go for branch 1 training.
The IR ship is detected a spot fire over the line. Ready to copy lat long.
Affirmative.
North 35 degrees 05 decimal 6287. West 118 30 decimal 2994.
Branch 1 training copies coordinates.
It should be in Division Alpha.
Look at all these people getting the hell out. Good evening, Prepper.
Division Papa Communications.
Division, Papa.
Confirm you have animal control with you.
Affirmative. They're at drop point 70 and they're requesting the address for the white dog.
Are you able to landline the comm center?
Affirmative.
Yeah, branch 1 operations.
Go for branch 1 training.
Yeah, information, night Helco's lifting en route.
I copy. Helco's en route.
This is the closest camera for the new fire. I wonder if I can do this. Hang on.
Communications. Division Mike Trainee.
Division Mike Trainee, go for communications.
Cancel the request for animal control.
All right, let's watch the last hour.
Communications copies. Cancel request for animal control.
Division Mike Trainee.
Aw, thanks, Kim.
Division Mike Trainee, branch 5.
Oh, see that? It really flared up there.
Division Mike Trainee.
All I ask for is a thumbs up on the like button. So we're up to current time right here. Like I said, this updates about every 30 seconds or so, or minute maybe. I think it's 30 seconds. Welcome in, Katie. Hey, Cricket. So like I said, this is called the Watch Duty. Just go to watchduty.org and you can see all of this stuff. The one that looks directly on to the Jurupa Fire is out. This is the closest one we have, is Bailey Peak. Let's take a look. Let's zoom out and go over here. The latest incident is the Jurupa Fire. See, we've got a list of incidents over here as well. Yep, this is the new fire. It is, let's see. Northeast of Anaheim. Look at the Sierra Peak. Let's check the wind speeds over here. (21 mph) right here. Gusts, I guess that means. Let's see. Oh, now we have a chopper here. Oh, it's right by Loma Linda. Loma Linda. Why does that remind me of Scott Peterson? Loma Linda. This is the Jurupa Valley. This is the area right here where the new fire is. Thank you, Proud Fur Mom. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Good evening, Chelsea. Well, this is going the wrong way. It's going this way. So this is Riverside. I would call it Riverside. Jurupa. Jurupa Valley Fire is our newest fire. And that guy's going the opposite direction, so I don't think he's coming to help us here in Jurupa. A third alarm response has been requested per Riverside City per incident command. Oh Lord, let's tune into Riverside. Hold on. Let's go over to our scanner. I want to listen to Riverside. Listen, browse. All right, we have to find Riverside. I'm a newbie at this stuff, kind of. Riverside. Okay. Would it be this one? Cal Fire Riverside, right? Is that the one we want? There's 13 listening. Riverside City Fire. Here we go. Okay, so now we're connected to Riverside City Fire. That scared the shit out of me. Holy tamoles. Whew, sorry about that. Everybody gets new earbuds for Christmas. Hi, Cramit. If you're just joining, we have a new fire called the Jurupa Fire. This is near Riverside, California.
5, see you second 20 minutes.
Thank you, Brett. I appreciate that. On the Santa Ana River Trail.
All right, Riverside. Your status? Copy, 76.
Horrible connection. An evacuation warning has been issued for zone RIV 0182B on Genesis. Evacuation warning due to a fire north of Jurupa Avenue, east of Crest Avenue, west of Van Buren Boulevard. An evacuation warning means there is potential threat to life and or property. Those who require additional time to evacuate and those with pets and livestock should leave now. This is the Genesis evacuation map. So if we zoom in here, we've got Bradford Street, Rossini Court, Alabama Street, Rutland Avenue, DiMaggio, Drysdale.
Showing 341 available for Station 5.
A movie? A scanner, not a movie. Riverside City Scanner, where this fire is happening right now.
AMR only, medical aid at the subway 4010 Chicago from 12th and University for swollen ankle. Thought AMR only, ALS code 31736.
Let me see if the Cal Fire one is better. Hang on. Let's try this one. This is Cal Fire and Riverside. They're not even reporting it on the news yet. They're not even reporting this on the news yet. I'm looking. Fox is talking about donation centers. But there's an evacuation warning for this area.
Engine 79, Squad 79, Medic 88. Respond to the Jackson incident with Truck 86 and Medic 86 on scene. The bounce of a cut rescue. Jackson Street, Cross Avenue 51. Utilize RBC Command 10, RBC Tax 3. yourself and respond 2566 LaSalle Street, RBC Command.
Okay, so if you're just joining, we have a new fire that has just popped up in the last hour. It now has a name. It's called the Jerupa Fire. There is an evacuation warning for this area here on the screen. And if we jump over to our flight radar, we have no one in sight.
You move up in cover station 82, engine 3, cover station 82, 1740.
And the fire is breaking out literally behind this mountain here on the other side of this mountain. We're going to look at the last hour. So that is the latest right there. Hey, White Dog Carrie. Hi, Kim. Chelsea. If I said hi to you twice, I'm sorry. I'm just a little tired. But you see the winds. The direction of the winds is blowing it. The wind is blowing it towards these neighborhoods here. No aircrafts over top of it.
23, engine 19, alarm, multi-family, Charlie response. Mason Palms Apartments, 5875 Nixon Boulevard. RBC Command 5, RBC Command 2.
This is the Cal Fire Riverside County scanner.
Assault DSW, Delta response, scene is clear. Circle K, 40965 Jefferson Street, RBC Command 10.
There's 914B is for River operations with an update.
I'm going to turn on LA as well. Hold on. Or what county is this? Riverside County?
Approximately 1 acre in heavy fuel with difficult access on the north side of the river. Attempting to make access. Estimated time for state and county resources approximately 3 to 4 hours.
Copy, standby 1. 14 for section 46, confirming you're moving on to all.
Submitted and will release the table.
Did they say 3 or 4 hours? Yes, this is the new one near Riverside. You can see the alerts on the right-hand side. They will update as they
Charlie response. Rancho Mirage Health and Rehab 39950
as they put them out.
Road, room 123, RBC Command 12.
Let's look out at that Bailey. Not that one. This one. Wait, where'd it go? Bailey Peak right here.
Medic 55, respond with engine 88. Assault GSW, Delta response, seat is clear. The Circle K at 40965 Jefferson Street on RBC, Command 10.
Okay, we have LA County Fire Dispatch on now as well. I thought I did. I thought I changed it to breaking news. I did. Thank you.
Confirming copy the dispatch. 23 Paris.
Battalion 1 Bravo, move to cover Battalion 20, Battalion 1 Bravo to Battalion 20.
What is that supposed to mean? Jacked up shit. Okay.
127 Squad 36 vehicle versus pedestrian, Lomita Boulevard at Main Street.
Control 23 Paris, copy.
Engine 23 BLS drop collision, Valora Vista at Woodruff Avenue.
Oh, I thought you meant me. I'm like, shit, I didn't create this mess. All right, so keep your eye here. This is Riverside.
Engine 5143, wires down 167, 3825 North Peck Road.
Let's see if we get any help. This is definitely a mess. Definitely a mess.
Will be submitted about 10 minutes.
Oh no, I hear a dog. I hear a dog.
Spot 167, Andrea Les with engine 593 on scene, 5522 Gracewood Avenue.
Delta response, 3571 East Circle, Building 1, apartment K11, RBC Command 5.
I'm good. I'm good.
Public dispatch response, Country Village at 10448 North Sun Circle, Building 41, apartment F at Spring RBC.
It's hard to really say if you can see anything there. Here's the past hour, if you guys can see it. It's kind of small. But you can see the smoke coming up from the hill there. Sanibel? I don't know. Where's that at? That by Sarasota, Mallory?
Engine Squad 33, vehicle versus pedestrian, Sierra Highway at Lancaster. Engine 17, Squad 28 unconscious, 13600 Turnbull.
Engine 91 moving up to 38.
91 1750.
Yes, there is a brand new fire. It's called the Jurupa Fire. You can see it on the map. Here's the latest. Oh, wait. Eaton Fire. We have something. Okay, so 15 minutes ago for the Eaton Fire, all air tankers as well as air attack have been released from the fire for the evening. For the evening.
Bravo response and the road cross at Eastport Fuller Road, RBC.
Oh, good news, good news. The bulk of the fire has been knocked down with the exception of an area of active fire deep in the river bottom with water surrounding that portion per incident command. It is approximately 1 acre and heavy fuels per radio traffic. So the bulk of this fire, this Jurupa fire, has been knocked down. Where are they hearing this? What radio traffic am I missing? So, is this, what county would this be? Because this isn't. Orange? Riverside County. That's what we were listening to, and I didn't hear anything. Isn't that weird? All right, we're going to go back to that because that's what they say this is coming through on. So,
Pacific 23. Appears to be a false alarm. River operation. No audible alarm or smoke. Noise. Continue investigation. River operation. Cancel those Geno's 2 and 4.
Do you want engine 19 to continue?
he does, Flo. So this one says in the left ear, this is weird. Left side is command and TAC channels. Right side is dispatch and response. Enjoy.
You can now cancel your response. Stand by for your phone call.
Cancel your response.
Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in.
Bravo response 9910 Ben Nevis Boulevard, apartment 7, RBC Command 5. Medic 33, headache, Alpha response, Atria Hacienda 44600 Monterey Avenue, apartment 107, RBC Command 12. on no medical proper response are still on scene. 2308 Kelowna Place, RBC community.
Cisco 23, confirm false alarm, attempting to reset. So,
power lines down, Bravo response. Scott Road across to Winchester Road, RBC Command 8, confirm you copy, lines down.
Council Medic Squad 27.
Seven Paris. By for additional call.
Group operations, yes, sir.
Group operations, there's on the affirmative, the 9215 call.
Group operations, I got this.
41, apartment F, RBC standby. Confirm your response. Confirm we copy lines now.
Food up, 27.
Is 68, confirm you copy lines down. Personnel for response 12334 Constellation Street, RBC standby.
Latest update is 2 minutes ago. There remains an active area of fire on the north side of the river that requires a 2,000-foot hose to get to that area of fire. However, there is minimal threat to structures now, per incident command. Again, there remains an active area of fire on the north side of the river, which is right here. Let me zoom in. The north side of the river right here. That requires a 2,000-foot hose lay to get to that area of fire. However, there is minimal threat to structures now, per incident command. Northern Beans, thank you for buying me some pizzas. Thank you so much. We have a live update. I believe this is live. Let's check it out. Why can't they drop it down? I'm going to keep the scanner going with this. This is crazy.
RTC, you start me an additional AMR unit for a total of 2.
Well, Bravo response. At the Regency Hotel, 3131 Hamner Avenue, room 106, RBC Command 5. 13-6 personnel for response 12334 Constellation Street, RBC Command 5. On RE1. Harris on RBC Command 6. On 14, CDF Tech 12.
Why would they cut off from him? You know what I mean? Like, why would they cut away from the live footage to show some weatherman? It's so stupid. They put it down in the corner. It's so dumb. I don't understand their coverage at all. I don't understand it.
Both resources, Engine 34 and Patrol 83 will come available here in a minute.
I don't understand why they're... Right, reverse the screens. Okay, I'm going to shut up because this scanner is pretty active and it's hard to hear. So I'm going to mute.
68 affirmative, we're on line.
What's up, Tommy?
Truck 17 available.
There's 3169 around.
We'll do it our way.
You don't hold account.
Working expedite HPD for traffic control.
Okay, for Paris, copy your request for CHP for traffic control.
Find someone to respond if it Nevis other than Ontario Fire.
208.
Traffic on the 911.
River operation for additional medical aid on Ben Nevis.
Releasing dozer 3142. 8 sample.
River operations, just confirming transport 3142 and working the last part of your traffic.
More from move up. And releasing dozer 8 sample.
Operations, sir, 78 sir. That's a negative. Engine 19 is in the area.
Truck 17.
And a booby shot for the guys. Oh, they do? Okay, Cal? Okay, hold on. Are these the prisoners?
By Chaucer request a flatbed tow and a traditional tow.
K-Cal doesn't have it live. No, they don't. As of 12 minutes ago, there remains an active area of fire on the north side of the river that requires a 2,000-foot hose to get to that area of fire. However, there is minimal threat to structures now, per incident command. Thank you so much, Flo. I appreciate that. It's getting hairy. Thank you so much, Wayne Simpson, coming in hot. Thank you.
Response 12334 Constellation Street, Riverside, stand by.
Oh my God. It's getting bigger, guys. They're having to do this by hand? Oh my God. Another boob shot for the guys.
23 testing, Charlie response 371
I can't. I cannot. Hold me, Flo. Hold me.
We're going to go ahead and proceed in Wisconsin.
On scene for 2 minutes, check.
No new updates on this yet. Well, we lost our coverage. We lost our coverage. Now we go to the wellness director because nothing to see here. Let's just watch the wellness director. Good Lord.
34, the report was being charged to the bathroom of origin and show continuous time arrival of engine 34.
Paris, your traffic was scratchy and unreadable. Paris copies containment time on your arrival and on.
Well, hello, Kramit. It's been crazy. We do have a new fire though. It's called the Jerupa fire.
And the fire was contained to the bathroom of origin.
It's your command, bye.
Heart Problem Delta response 22657 Union Club Drive, Riverside, Kansas.
Additionally, you can advise the AMR to clear the unit.
Look how they eventually zoom in, and now we can't see where the fire would be. Watch. They slowly zoom in and like get away from where the fire is. It's so weird. What Summer? What Summer? Is it Summer Rue or Summer Lou?
If you have a new start in the air, I'm available to respond.
Hey, is your name Summer Lou or Summer Rue? Lou or Rue? Lou or Rue? Tell me. Talk to me. I'm not finding any more coverage live of this. This is crazy.
Affirmative. Advisor on scene time.
Well, they anticipate them getting worse because the winds are expected to pick up tonight. So that's what makes them expected to get worse. Have you guys hit that like button yet?
Engine 68, I made contact with RP on the phone and searched the area. I found a pole that does seem to have some lines down in the field. It's going to be on Scott Road, about 100 yards due north of my current location. It's going to be behind a barbed wire fence, so I'm not able to provide a pole number.
The latest update is there remains an active area of fire on the north side of the river.
ET for Edison when you get a moment.
On the north side of the river that requires a 2,000-foot hose lay to get to that area of fire. However, there is minimal threat to structures now per incident command. That was 22 minutes ago.
Call back to WTA.
Copies.
This is near Van Buren Boulevard. It's on the Santa Ana River. So if you look at the evacuation warning, it tells you the area of Santa Ana River west of Van Buren Boulevard, Riverside County. Live on okay. They're killing me here. They're killing me.
Able to practically contain this pretty much.
Yeah, Riverside County, Riverside City Fire handled this. No air assets even as well. So they were able to do this one just from the ground and keep it contained to the area of the riverbed. That dozer is going to be very important because he'll cut those lines.
Oh, now they got a dozer
dirt on top of the flames and really start to get things under control.
Yeah, it's very to look at that dozer actually do its work out there, and it's almost like it looks neon, the lights. But that's good news. And as you said, there are homes, but a distance away from this, right? Not that far, but...
Right, not that far. One of the homes, I was looking at the mapping system, one of the homes is the one that called 911, so I'm sure that person could see it from their backyard or whatever. Yeah, so there's homes just really on the other side of the riverbed, both to the north and the south. Actually, to the north is a little bit more spread out, and it looks like there's a business there, but a couple of cul-de-sacs and subdivisions to the south of the fire, so luckily they're not in any danger right now.
All right, all good. Thanks so much, Mike.
Yep.
Okay, folks, grab a tissue. The heartfelt reunion between an owner and their beloved pet, who was believed to have died in the Palisades fire.
Aww. How cute is that?
Engine 3169.
This starts in 3 minutes. We'll keep our eye on this fire, though. We're going to watch the latest update on the Palisades fire.
3169, we've checked the area, UTL, false alarm.
Yay, beans. That is great news. So we'll keep this in the background. We're going to go over to the community meeting.
Yeah, we just got passed by a BLS ambulance. CSA transported to the patient we're responding to.
Copy, standby 1.
Yep, there is a boulder fire. The fire is contained. This fire has been contained. The boulder fire is contained. This one is not.
You can now cancel your response. AMR is transporting.
There's super operation.
The roof operation, sir.
Roof operation. Information on the forward credit.
This is going to be another useless meeting, but we've watched all of them thus far.
Medic 50, breathing problems, Delta response, 75 Palma Drive, RBC Smith 12.
There's 238 release in McClay incident available.
Hey, Peaky. Let's check out Windy. That's what I was on earlier. Let's see what the speeds are.
Squad 101, Quint 90, alarm commercial Charlie response to Academy School, 515 East 7th Street, RBC command 6, Wheelers RBC 10-2.
Katie, baby, thank you so much. Katie, baby, thank you so much. That's so generous of you. I appreciate your dedication and great coverage. I appreciate you as well. Thank you. Thank you. It is? They're late. They're late. Forward progress has been stopped per radio traffic. What does that mean? Forward progress has been stopped per radio traffic. Why would they stop? What's going on? What counter? What do you mean? What counter is moving? But it doesn't say contained. Forward progress has been stopped per radio traffic. I can get the beers now. Yeah, we saw this already. Jilly, I have no idea. The NASCAR race has started.
All right, good evening, everybody. Rich Thompson, incident meteorologist. Weather-wise, we're still under a red flag warning. The red flag warning is still in effect until 6 o'clock Wednesday evening. So we're going to still expect moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds tonight through Wednesday evening. The strongest winds will likely be tomorrow morning, generally gusts anywhere from 35 to 55 miles per hour. Then a little bit weaker winds during the rest of the day, tomorrow and into Wednesday, but still pretty gusty out there. And along with those winds, you're going to have very low humidities, down in the teens, maybe even single digits by Wednesday. So very, very windy out there, very dry, and of course you still have your...
Old boy's got his pants unbuttoned. Old boy's got his pants unbuttoned and his belt. Oh, man alive.
The evening, those red flag conditions should taper off, and Thursday is kind of transition day. Then Friday and Saturday, we get back to kind of that onshore sea breeze sort of pattern, get cooler temperatures, higher humidities, and so forth. So we'll get a couple of days respite from the Santa Ana winds.
Next up, Los Angeles County Emergency Operations Center.
Good evening. My name is Katie Jang. I'm here on behalf of the Los Angeles County Emergency Operations Center and Coordinated Joint Information Center. As we begin down the long road of recovery, we wanted to share some of the initial steps that can be taken to start the process. First, be sure to visit recovery.lacounty.gov for an up-to-date list of resources and information. If you have not already, start a claim with your insurance provider as soon as possible to get that process started. Many steps within the FEMA application process will require up-to-date insurance progress. Start the FEMA claim process as soon as you can, and be sure to closely review all information you receive. Information on how to apply is available on recovery.lacounty.gov. Beginning tomorrow, local assistance centers will be available for anyone impacted by these fires. These centers offer many critical resources in one location. Locations and times are available on the Recovery webpage. Finally, many trusted and verified community and nonprofit organizations are available to assist you in this journey. More information will be available in the coming days. Please visit recovery.lacounty.gov or call 211 for more. Thank you.
Next up, Los Angeles Fire Department.
Good evening, everybody. Today in the city side, let's stay with the city side right now, of Los Angeles, the Palisades area and surrounding areas, we worked really hard to extinguish the fire and then prepare for this upcoming windstorm, which kind of goes hand in hand. And then lastly, we prepared for potential repopulation. Now, understanding with the repopulation coming up in some time, there's some things that we have to do, and let me explain what those might be. We have to ensure the safety of the general public, ensure the safety of you. That means removing major hazards, down trees, wires, gas lines, and all those things that could cause damage. Two, we're creating a coordinated effort, grid systems by streets, blocks, and that takes a little bit of time to do that. And simultaneously, the last thing is we're figuring out what the other needs are for the public. DAFN needs, function, disability needs, and then going in there and seeing what kind of hazmat problems there are and figuring out how we're going to mitigate that prior to allowing people to go in. So all those things are kind of working simultaneously while we're out there working to prepare for this next storm. But believe me, it's our top priority to get you back in there to see your homes. So as I progress in these nightly meetings, I will give you more updated information as it relates to what I'm talking about.
Next up, LAPD.
Good evening, everyone. As Chief Everett just briefed, the evacuation orders have remained in place, and we're working very closely with our fire and utilities partners to determine when we can safely reopen the evacuation area. So the mandatory evacuation orders remain in place. We have also continued to suspend our medication escorts until further notice. However, we do have some news to report to you. If you are looking for an animal that was left behind, you may call and coordinate with the LA Department of Regulation, and I will put out a number, so prepare to copy. Community members who have a missing pet that they left behind may call to do a check at 888-452-7381. LAPD officers are performing increased patrols in the area. Over the last 24 hours, we've deployed over 600 officers over the last 24 hours. We have been supplemented by officers from LAX Airport Police, as well as California Army Reserve National Guardsmen. We've deployed over 200 California Army National Guardsmen to supplement our traffic control points and appreciate their assistance. At this time, we also stood up a 24/7 manned missing persons report hotline. So far, we have received over 28 reported missing persons. 17 of those 28 persons who reported missing have been found and are safe. If you have a missing person to report, you may call our 24/7 hour hotline at 213-996-1800. That concludes my brief.
Next up, Los Angeles County Sheriffs.
Good evening. I'm Lieutenant Mike Marion from IMT 2B, the overnight shift here at Zuma Beach Command Post. I'll be briefing on our half of the fire with our partners, LAPD. Thank you for your brief. My numbers are for the A side, so he did a 24-hour, so you could pretty much double my numbers because I did the prior 12 hours, but he gave the 24 hours. For A shift, we had 129 sheriffs. That includes the command post, staging, and all the forward deployed units on missions locking down the area. CHP has an additional 12 officers, and we're also augmented by 9 National Guard soldiers and their vehicles. Sheriff is manning 10 closure locations. CHP has an additional 2 closure locations, and the National Guard is on 4 posts. We have no changes in our lockdown hard closures. It's the same as yesterday. We have increased our looting patrols. Looting suppression and flock safety has also donated some ALPR cameras. We've augmented our cameras to one of our contract city areas. And there's a lot of other augments going on. Search and rescue, we are the sheriff is standing up squads to aid search and rescue in a phased approach as briefed by LA City Fire. And again, the safety is the primary concern on that. Other than that, that's all we have for LA County Sheriff. Pending questions.
Next up, Los Angeles County Fire.
Good evening, Brian Martin, Los Angeles County Fire Department Deputy IC. Thank you to Operations for the overview of the incident. Today is a critical day as we face the 3 days of the wind, and we finalize the fire, and we move into that recovery process. We thank you for your cooperation and your patience. We know this community is resilient. We have been through incidents many times, and we really want to thank you for your cooperation and trust. As to echo what Chief Everett has stated, we have begun those conversations of what it takes to get you back into your homes. However, we just keep asking you to remain patient, This is going to take time. We need to do this right, and we need to make sure that everyone is safe to get back into their homes. There's many things out there that we need to mitigate: the roads, power lines, emergency traffic needs to be able to move in and out, as well as the public. So there's a lot of things that we need to finalize before we do that, and we continue to just ask for your patience and trust, and we really appreciate your collaboration and support. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the formal presentation portion. Now we'll move into the question and answer portion. So we've been writing down questions in-house, passing it to the most appropriate person to answer it. And again, we're going to do our best to answer as many as possible. If we don't get to your question, though, please know that we're going to work hard to get you that answer either through social media or through tomorrow night's meeting.
All right, good evening again. My name is Landon Hack. I'm one of the operations section chiefs with the incident, and I work for CAL FIRE. First question I got here is, what is mopping up? So mopping up is a process of cooling off hot material throughout the fire perimeter inside where it has burned. That can be anything from ash left from brush, root systems, basically any material that burned that is still remains hot along the fire's edge and then further interior. When it comes to structures, that's debris left, metal comes down, covers the ground, holds heat underneath it. So mopping up is the process of turning that material around, applying water, grubbing it out with tools, and cooling it off to make sure that no embers can come out of that and cross the line and ignite further fire, be it a structure or more vegetation. What is containment? So containment for us, we put on here, we utilize the black line to represent that on the map. And that is area that we have very, very, very high confidence that all the mop-up has been done, and there is extremely to no potential for the fire to come out of that area again. And then it's usually represented in a percentage when it's talked about. Another one is, what is handline construction? So handline construction is, we use hand crews for that, for the most part. Engine companies also do handline construction when need be, but they're the ones that are carrying the hose and the water, so that's typically the work that they do. But handline construction is a process utilizing hand tools. Some tools cut, some tools grub, and some tools basically rake in conjunction with chainsaws that cut the brush and materials of trees and that kind of stuff. And it's a process of taking the unburned material down to bare dirt on the fire's edge so that the fire has no material to burn anymore. So it stops the fire. Fire cannot progress without the material to burn. Next one is anyone sifting through our rubble? Sifting in a sense of going looking for belongings or material, no. What we do is that process that I just explained in and around structures to remove the heat. So as we get further down the road in this, you will probably hear us refer to making things safe, make safe. A part of that process is making sure that when people can come back in and they're in and around structures to get through that material and look for things that there is no heat in there, so nobody steps in to a hot ash pit, nobody gets burned, and also obviously the fire doesn't come up out of there. The next question I got is, what role do inmates have on this fire? So if we go back to the handline question. Predominantly, that is what inmates are used for on the fire. We use them as hand crews to put that hand line in and construct that hand line. And the last one that I have is, do the inmates have access to homes? No, they don't have access to the homes as far as like going into homes that are unburned. They will construct line in and around homes to protect them under the supervision of the fire captain very, very directly. And then some of the crews, they have secondary supervision on the line with them. And then their correctional officers are typically just outside of the fire area so that if there's any concerns there, those guys are close.
Okay, thank you. So these group of questions all asking the same thing. What is the threat to these communities and what is being done in the communities of Encino Hill, Mountain Gate, Brentwood, and Sawtell? So just looking at where those areas are. So around Encino, you see it's up here, and then we're going to Brentwood, Mountain Gate's about here, and then Sawtell's down on the bottom. So very little activity around the fire, very little activity on the right side of this fire. There is heat inside there. People are working those edges. So the threat is at this point very minimal to all those communities. But we're still staying vigilant because we still have the weather that is upcoming. As far as work that's being done, we do have structured defense groups. What that is a group of resources that prepare for the just in case. As I always say, we plan to keep the fire as small as possible, but we prepare for adverse events to happen. So they have resources in all those areas, all from Encino all the way down into Brentwood. And they're just driving around and pre-planning so that they're prepared if anything has to be done. They don't have to stop and think. They already have a plan they can engage readily. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our question and answer portion. Thank you so much for joining us. And remember, these are a nightly occurrence. So please join us again tomorrow night at
They done cut him right off, didn't they? These keep getting shorter and shorter. These questions were ridiculous. Forward progress has been stopped per radio traffic. That is the latest on this. Those meetings are wild. So anyway, Michigan, Teresa McCann. The Office CPR show. That would be perfect for them. Like, this too much. All right, guys, I think I'm going to get off here for the night. I am going to get a night of rest. If anything major happens with this fire, of course, I will hop back on, but I don't see any need to stay on here. So I'm going to get on off here. Thank you for getting me to 111,000 subscribers today. That is amazing. I think we need some turkeys for that. I can't get my sound box to work because my computer's locked up. We've been live for so long. Anyways, we're going to rock this one out. We're going to dance this one out. Like I said, I'll go live if anything else happens that's major. But I plan on getting some rest. Other than that, I hope you guys do too. All the locals, please stay safe. And we are always here in the comment section. Make sure you're subscribed and hit notifications. Make sure it says all so that you get notified next time I'm live. So if I'm not live tonight, hopefully everything stays calm. I'll be live tomorrow with an update. Thank you so much, guys, for your ongoing support. Moderators, you're awesome. Thank you. Let's run our credits and then dance this mofo out. Mop it up some sleep. You got it. Bye, guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in. And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. I don't give a damn, I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You're mad at me for not giving you comfort. You say that I'm away so much and now you